Yep, you read the title correctly. Every single story of the classic era. 156 proper stories, technically 163, but we'll get there when we get there. And I am never doing this again. But honestly, I don't regret it. I've seen about half of the classic era when I was younger, but in all honesty, I gave up after a while. And I only watched the occasional story until this marathon, which has definitely helped me appreciate the classic era as a whole. And since the classic era ran for 26 seasons over 27 years, there's definitely got to be some truly amazing stories in here, and in all honesty, I've gained a bunch of new personal favourites. Saying that though, there's definitely also some bad stories, some really bad stories, and a whole bunch of okay stories. So, before we get into the actual stories themselves, I just want to make a little quick disclaimer here. I will be reviewing these stories based on the year of release, so I will be a bit nicer to some of them than others, depending on how old they are. This is mostly just to not seem too biased against a lot of the 60s era, as it does have a lot of amazing redeeming qualities that can be brought down a little bit by the actual quality of the show at the time. I'm also going to try my best to ignore some of the more problematic casting, however in some cases, which you will definitely see later on, it will dampen my enjoyment of a story if it's too overt, but I will try and take into account the year it was made. Even so, this one's going to be a bit tricky the further along we go. Now, last but not least, we are all entitled to our own opinions, and if you don't like the way that I've rated some of these, that is completely fine. More power to you. There's some stories I know for a fact some people are going to be shocked that I've rated so low, but conversely, some that I've rated so high. But to me, that is the beauty of Doctor Who. There are so many stories, so much fun, no one's list will ever be the same, and that is completely fine. Now, when it comes to my rating system itself, a 10 out of 10 means it's the greatest of all time, a 9 out of 10 means it's amazing, an 8 out of 10 means it's great, a 7 out of 10 means it's good, a 6 out of 10 means it's decent, a 5 out of 10 means it's alright, it's fine, it's mixed, a 4 out of 10 means it's okay, a 3 out of 10 means it's bad, a 2 out of 10 means it's terrible, and a 1 out of 10 means it's the worst of all time. Now, with all that out of the way, let's not waste any more time and get straight into this stupidly long 4-hour plus video, because I apparently hate myself. Let's start. Season 1, as its name suggests, is the original season. This is where everything started, and in all honesty, as we'll get into, Season 1 definitely feels like the start of the show. There's a lot of experimenting in this season, and some of it works, some of it doesn't. One thing to definitely take into account is, of course, William Hartnell as the first Doctor, and the companions with Ian, Barbara and Susan are honestly a really good team that are fleshed out enough for the year that this was made, and compared to some of the companions down the line, they actually get quite a lot of character development, especially Barbara in this first season. But with all that out of the way, let's get into the actual stories themselves. An Unearthly Child is one of those stories which really encapsulates the first part being better than everything else. The first episode, I would definitely argue, is one of the best pilot episodes for a television show ever made. The other 3 parts of the story are fine to kind of bad at times. So when it comes to episode 1, everything about it is perfect. The way the characters are introduced, the way the Doctor especially is introduced, as well as the TARDIS, and the overall feeling of the story is just perfect. The rest of it is not so great. Episode 2 is decent, but then it very quickly falls into caveman politics with part 3, and by part 4, I've just completely stopped caring about the caveman politics and just want them to move on to the next story. This is a very mixed story, so can't be any higher than a 5 out of 10. The Daleks is definitely iconic. I mean, everything about this story screams perfection to a certain extent. The introduction of the Daleks is one of the best villain introductions in television history. In fact, Probably one of the best introductions in all of sci-fi history, and the build-up between the Daleks and the Thals is another great conflict, completely showing stuff like fascism versus stuff like socialism, and it's just shown so perfectly until about episode 5. Episode 5 and 6, mostly known for the fact that the characters had to jump over a gap, really does damage the story, but only for those 2 episodes. The other 5 episodes are absolute masterpieces in tension, horror, science fiction, and even in some elements comedy. And honestly, this is a great story, would highly recommend. And when the colorization shortened version comes out later on today, I'd say definitely check it out. This story is great. The Age of Destruction is a very strange story. Originally, Doctor Who was only commissioned for 13 episodes, and with 4 episodes being given to an unearthly child, and the next 7 being given to the Daleks, this story was kind of cobbled together last minute, and honestly, in my opinion, you can't really tell. Everything from the tension, the drama between the characters, especially between the Doctor and Barbara, it is brilliantly written, and it's just really good storytelling done by David Whittaker, someone who, pretty instrumental in the creation of Doctor Who, and with this being his first written story done properly, it's almost faultless until the final 10 minutes. Now, since the story is only a 2-parter, it doesn't drag on like some of the others, but the ending to the story is a little bit rushed, despite having an amazing performance from William Hartnell. I still think, though, this story is great. Really highly recommend it, and since it's just a 2-parter, it goes by super quickly. Marco Polo is a story that is called by many fans an absolute classic, and as much as I agree that it is a classic, it has a lot of faults. But the first one is definitely that it's a 7-part story, when honestly I think this could easily have been moved to a 4 or even 5-parter. Especially towards the second half of the story, it does really start to drag on, with many plot threads just being there to pad the runtime, more than actually feeling like they're necessary for the story to progress. The cast are absolutely incredible as per usual, and a lot of the stuff they were able to achieve at the time is groundbreaking. It's a shame the story is missing, and I wish it was returned to the archive or even animated, but without the full visuals, I do struggle sometimes with this story, and because of it, it leaves me with a very big mixed feeling. So, I'm sorry, big fans of Marco Polo, it's not the greatest in the world, but still quite enjoyable. The Keys of Marinus is definitely the Marmite story of season 1 of Doctor Who. A lot of fans really enjoy it, and a lot of fans really don't. And for me personally, I fall on the really enjoy side. Yes, the story is absolutely mental, with every single episode taking place in a completely different era, different cast, different production team at certain points. But I really enjoy it, and with it being the second story by Terry Nation, who created the Daleks, you can kind of feel that he's flexing his muscles when it comes to his writing talent. I love this story, in all honesty. It's really fun. Each little segment of it feels like its own mini-story, and it works perfectly for me. The only issue I have is honestly the wraparound story in episodes 1 and 6. There's just no real threat from the villains here. It's fine for those parts. But overall, I'd still say it's a great story and would highly recommend, especially for people who've only watched New Who, to go into the classic era. The Aztecs is definitely, in my opinion, the pinnacle of season 1. It's where the storytelling reaches its absolute height and where the supporting cast and the main cast really do the best work in season 1. The Aztecs is a proper historical, same as Marco Polo from earlier on, but this time I feel like the storytelling has been done much better. With only being a 4-part instead of a 7, it can really focus a lot better on the plot points, as well as the character interactions. With the Doctor and Barbara's interactions in this story being some of my favourites, this story also having some of the best jokes in season 1, with some really good action sequences for the time. And honestly, I love the Aztecs. It's an amazing story that I highly recommend people check out whenever someone says that all historicals are bad. The Sensorites is definitely the first dud of the season for me. I don't hate it outright, but a lot of the storytelling in this one is slow. This story easily, in my opinion, could have been a 3 or even 4-parter. Not much happens. A lot of it is just weird politics for an alien species that aren't fleshed out enough for us to actually care about their politics. And literally, the ending of the story depends on something so stupid, it kind of baffles the mind. I do really enjoy the characters once again. Susan especially finally gets something to do in the first half of this story before being shoved to the sidelines again. And there are some good ideas, but it just doesn't come together in the end, and it feels like both slow and rushed at the same time. Honestly, this is the first story of Doctor Who I'd say is bad, but there can be some so bad it's good enjoyment from it. Last but not least for season 1 is the Reign of Terror, and it is fine. The Reign of Terror is another historical following on from Marco Polo and the Aztecs, and it's fine. I enjoy some parts, but this story really starts to cement the whole Doctor and companions getting captured over and over again trope, which would become a problem later on for Classic Who. The first Doctor doesn't really do much for most of this story until the very end. It's mostly a story about Ian and Barbara and Susan, which is good, because we finally get some full development for them as a little trio. But overall, I think that the storytelling did not need to be 6 parts. This is yet another story in season 1 that would have benefited from being a 4-parter instead. It's not bad by any means. I do enjoy a lot of aspects of it, especially the last episode, which really, really enjoyable. But overall, this is another mixed story, I'm afraid. Season 1 of Classic Doctor Who, for me, is quite a mixed bag. There's some incredible stories, such as the Daleks and the Aztecs, but at the same time you also have some dull stories, such as The Reign of Terror, and even an outright bad story with the Sensorites. I feel like Season 1 they were trying to find their footing and didn't really know what to do with the show yet, something which would become a bigger problem throughout the rest of the First Doctor's era, to be honest. I'd still state though that it's worth checking out just to see the origins of the show. And up right now, here are all of my ratings for each of the stories. And if we just shuffle them around a bit, let's change it so now you can see the rankings of each story and where I'd put them personally from best to worst. Like I said, I enjoy season 1, but it definitely feels like a season 1 of a show. We're not quite there yet, but do you know what? We got some gems from it in the end, so I don't overly mind. Still, a lot more to come with another 25 seasons, and I'm guessing another 3 hours of this really long video. Sorry about the length again, guys. Just gotta deal with it. Following the rating success of the Daleks, Season 2 of Doctor Who was commissioned rather quickly, in all honesty, and it brought us another 9 new stories this time instead of the previous 8. Now, to be honest, the first story of this season was meant to be part of Season 1, but was pushed back to be part of Season 2's production schedule instead. Even so, there's a lot of changes coming in Season 2, with the entire cast basically being redone, and a lot more exciting changes on the way as well throughout Season 2. So, hey ho, let's see how well it does when it comes to the actual stories themselves. Since the Giants is a leftover from Season 1, it does have some of the growing pains that Season 1 has, and is one of the very few stories of the black and white era to be a 3-parter instead of the usual 4. This is actually due to the 3rd and 4th episodes being seen as boring, essentially, by the BBC, so they just cut them both down and adapted them into 1 episode instead. Honestly, I think it's a good decision, as the pacing of the Giants is really interesting, even if it's not perfect. The first 2 episodes really do feel much slower than episode 3 of Planet of Giants, and it's still very fun. I had a lot of enjoyment from it. I like the concept of the cast being shrunk down, and it has a little bit of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids vibes over 20 years before that movie was even released. This story is good, it has some problems, and it's definitely very cheesy, but overall, it's a good start to season 2. Less than a year after their introduction, the Daleks were brought back for Daleks' Invasion of Earth, which, all honesty, I'm already going to say it outright, this is an amazing story. It's no wonder it is so acclaimed by fans even nowadays. There are some minor issues with the pacing because it is a 6-parter, but the ending really does just justify all those slow moments and makes them feel like they were needed to really expand the characters. This story is honestly, like I said, amazing. It does everything the Daleks does, but brings it to Earth in contemporary times, set like in our time, compared to the 1960s. So modern day contemporary for us, lad. And it's just so cool to see more Daleks. And since this is the first Doctor Who story to have a recurring monster from a previous story, it really does set the benchmark for how iconic certain villains become. Yeah, this story is amazing. It starts off amazing, it ends amazing. Couple of dud moments, but overall, amazing story. Following on from Susan's departure at the end of the Daleks' Invasion of Earth, we have The Rescue to introduce a brand new young female companion to travel with the Doctor, Ian and Barbara. This story is good. It is nothing more than good, but it is definitely nothing less than good. To be honest, there's not much of a story to be told until the final 10 minutes. It is mostly just introducing the audiences to Vicky, and it does a good job at it. Vicky's immediately an endearing character, in my opinion. I enjoy seeing her, I enjoy seeing how bubbly she automatically is with the rest of the cast, and the chemistry between them is perfect from the get-go. It's no wonder that she stuck around for as long as she did. The rest of the story is serviceable at best. Not much overly happens. There's a little plot about a possible genocide, which is pretty damn brutal for 1960s, but overall, this is a good story. Definitely enjoy it, as it's just a quick 2-parter. The Romans is another one of those stories which is a bit Marmite from people. Some people love it, some people hate it. I actually fall in one of the weird camps of I just like it. I will say it right now, the comedy in this episode is definitely the funniest the show had been at this point, and definitely a sign of things to come with some of the physical comedy of the second Doctor. And all the comedy elements I absolutely adore. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. My only issue is the rest of the story feels a bit too similar to the Reign of Terror with its structure. Even the way the characters are separated and brought back together, it feels very similar to that previous story, and it does detract from it at certain points. But still, like I said, this story is so damn funny. I wish I could give it a rating higher than a good, but it is a good story, and by just giving it a 7 out of 10, that's not detracting from how absolutely hilarious this story can get at times. The Web Planet is bad. Review over. Okay, I won't actually do that. So this story was actually meant to be a competitor to the Daleks, with the Zavi apparently being pushed as the new Daleks for merchandise, and I don't understand why. This story is really boring. I feel like even if it was a 2-parter, they would have had to have stretched some scenes out to even reach that level of length, and the fact it ended up being a 6-parter is absolutely baffling to me. But the reason why this story is only getting a 3 out of 10 at bad instead of an awful is because at many moments it can be so bad it's good. Like the butterfly people, who I can't even remember the name of because this story is so boring, are really funny at times with how cheesy and how much the actors really go into the cheese factor. It's so bad it's good. But yeah, this is a bad story. Only watch this if you're drunk. The Crusade is a story that I have very mixed feelings on. I absolutely love a lot of the historical stuff, coincidentally, and even though I'm not the biggest fan of historicals, I think it is adapted very well when it comes to the king and his sister wife, according to historians, which is just so cringe, and I'm glad that they didn't actually shy away from that rumour / pretty much proven fact. My issue for this story actually comes from the sci-fi elements with the Doctor and companions. They just don't interact enough with the supporting cast in this story for me to actually care much. It honestly feels like it was originally just a normal BBC drama, which got shoehorned in to be a Doctor Who script instead so people would actually watch it. And that's the feeling throughout the entire story. It feels incomplete and just not very well written at times. But like I said, some of the historical parts I really do enjoy, so it's getting a mixed from me. It's a 5 out of 10. So the Space Museum basically looked at an unearthly child and how great the first episode is and how boring the rest is and said, hold my beer. So the first episode of the Space Museum is genuinely one of the most interesting concepts for a Doctor Who episode ever written, before the next 3 episodes become one of the most bog-standard Doctor Who stories ever made, even with its own little rebellion and the Doctor, helping people to start a rebellion against the bad people being some of the most one-note villains, and the rebels being some of the most one-note heroes. Nothing about the story feels unique after that first episode, and it does completely fall apart. If it was just the first episode on its own, I'd probably honestly rate it a 10 out of 10. It's that good as part 1. The other 3 are so boring though, and so bad at times. They'd all be 3s, so it's another mix for me, another 5 out of 10. The chase is definitely on, and yes, I did use the chase music for the start of this because I thought it was funny. The Chase is another Dalek story, and the second one of this season and third one in total, really starting to show how popular the Daleks were becoming with the British zeitgeist. I'd honestly say that this story is great. I really love the fact that it takes elements from the Daleks and the Keys of Marinus to create almost like a combined story between Terry Nation's other stories he'd written so far for the show. I love all the scenes with Ian and Barbara, with this being their last story, and honestly, Stephen's a very interesting character who's introduced right at the very end. Overall, though, this story is just really fun. We jump in each episode, sometimes twice in the same episode, to different historical, future, and even not real events. And it's just really entertaining, and the Daleks are finally showing some comedy compared to their first 2 much darker stories. Yeah, this story is great. The Time Meddle is another really good story for this season, finally introducing us to another member of the Doctor's race that's not just the Doctor or Susan, with the Monk. So the Monk is essentially a prototype version of who would end up becoming the Master, different characters but with some of the same elements, with some of the same mischievousness and kind of loose comedy parts. This story is also Stephen's first as a companion, and it really does show him in an amazing light right from the start. Stephen ends up becoming the first Doctor's most recurring companion after Ian and Barbara, and with a story like this, you can definitely see why. He's really entertaining throughout, the Monk is really entertaining throughout, the Doctor's incredible throughout, and then Vicky is also there. And that's where, for me, the story kind of falls apart. Vicky doesn't do much in this story without another character being there. And it's really detracting at times with how integral to the plot she was in the previous. And the ending is exceptionally rushed, but it's still a good story and I still highly enjoy it. And that is it for Season 2 of Doctor Who. Definitely a bit of an improvement over Season 1. Still got its bad story though, as each of the classic series basically has at least one bad story. But yeah, I still really enjoy this season. Definitely a lot more ups and downs this time, even if sometimes it felt a bit dragged on with some stories. And there's definitely a section in the middle of this season which does get a bit annoying after a while. The introduction of Vicky and Stephen as new companions as Susan, Ian and Barbara all leave, all great. And yeah, here is my ratings for each episode. And let's just swivel that around to the rankings for each episode. And yeah, I like this season. It's a lot of fun. It's still not good overall, but definitely a step up from season 1 and showing that the production team is starting to understand what's necessary in order to make the show work. Season 3 of Doctor Who is definitely going to be a tricky one to explain. Essentially, season 3 is where everything started to change. William Hartnell's health started to deteriorate. New production teams were basically brought in every week in order to try and fix the show. We go through 5 female companions or companion stand-ins in this season alone, and yes, I'm just going to tell you straight off the bat, season 3 is a very mixed mess. Still enjoyable at times, but you could feel at certain stories how much the production team was starting to struggle with what was going on behind the scenes, especially when it comes to the Doctor's role in the show, which throughout this season gets more and more reduced as episodes go on. So, with that out of the way, let's get into the episodes themselves. Galaxy 4 is definitely a weird story and one of the weakest season intros in the entire show. I wouldn't say it's the worst so far, I'd say it overall, An Unearthly Child is definitely worse, but Galaxy 4 isn't much better. It's a decent story, but you could really already feel the production issues of this season, and this is just the first story. This is Verity Lambert's last role as producer for any Doctor Who story with the main cast, and it's not the best for her to go out on. There are some elements of this plot which are really interesting. I like the twist, I just wish it wasn't so obvious. I really, really enjoy episodes 3 and 4, I think they're brilliant. But episode 1 is kind of slow. Episode 2, nothing really happens. And like I said, the twist itself is not choreographed well. But the Chumblies are really damn cute. I'd say this is a decent story, but a shame this is Verity Lambert's final Doctor Who story. Mission to the Unknown is another strange one. So this is Verity Lambert's last story overall for Doctor Who, but it doesn't feature any of the main cast and is actually setting up a story in 2 serials' time. And it's just a very strange idea to try and do this. I do like a lot of Mission to the Unknown, even though the story itself is completely missing. Get used to hearing that with this season. But with the remake version that's out on YouTube, I do quite like it. My main problem with Mission to the Unknown is it is just a prologue. There's no real story, it's just setting up the world that the Daleks' master plan takes place in. And without the main cast being there, it's not really an episode of Doctor Who. At least the Dr. Light stories and the companion light stories of the modern era do still have them there in the background. But with Mission to the Unknown, it basically feels like it's starting a spin-off. And not a very good one, to be honest. It's still decent, I still enjoy it, but it's definitely a Doctor Who oddity. The Mythmakers is another story that is completely missing from the BBC archives. Like I said, get really used to hearing that throughout this season. And I was not expecting at all to enjoy it. I'm not the biggest fan of historicals in general, and I wasn't really looking forward to watching another historical that is completely missing like Marco Polo, but I was pleasantly surprised when it came to the Mythmakers. A lot of comedy in this episode does help elevate it for me. I really love how much character development Vicky finally gets after being a companion for a whole year, and Stephen is great throughout the story, as is the First Doctor. My main issues come with the pacing for this story. Episodes 2 and 3 get really, really slow, and the introduction to new companion Katarina happening in episode 4 really showed how much the production team did not care about introducing a new companion. I'd still say this is a good story, I still recommend it if you can find it, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. The Daleks' Master Plan is a 12-part story, which is the equivalent of the entirety of Series 13 of Flux. And honestly, I still really enjoy it. Despite its length, which I was dreading even more than the Mythmakers, I think it pulls it off in a weird way. I do think at times it can get a bit slow, and it could have probably been an 8-parter instead of a 12. Well, technically 11, but let's not get into that. I do think the fact that it becomes a bit like the Keys of Marinus towards the end with each episode in the middle section, jumping between different time periods, different supporting characters, it does help to break the pacing quite a lot. Mavic Chen is also an incredible villain, but this is really starting to show the issues behind the scenes with John Wilds. And the fact that we go through 3 companions in this story, starting with Katerina, and then Brett, and then Sarah. And yeah, it was really starting to show how problems behind the scenes really were starting to come on Donald Tosh and John Wilds, who took over in the previous story. Still a great story overall, still really enjoy it, and still would highly recommend though. The Massacre is another Marmite story of Classic Who, and yes, it's completely missing once again. At least for the Daleks Master Plan, we did have 3 out of the 12 episodes still existing, but yeah, no visuals this time, can only be done through loose cannon or through audio, depending on which one you personally prefer. Now, I like some aspects of The Massacre. I love how dark the story gets, and the monologue scene with the First Doctor at the end of the story is incredible, and it's really nice to see Stephen do stuff on his own. The issues once again come for me with the storytelling this time. It's just not good. It's very slow-paced, it's very boring, and sometimes it feels like they're just trying to be as dark as possible for controversy. This story also once again introduced a new companion with Anne Chaplet, and then just kills her off, at the end of the story, and we get her ancestor as a new companion introduced in the last 5 minutes of part 4. And yeah, the story's a mess. I understand why a lot of people love it, but for me, I find it quite bad. The arc is definitely a strange story. It's very enjoyable with the way that it splits the story in half from episode 1 and 2 basically being its own story, and episodes 3 and 4 being a sequel to the first story. And I really do like that aspect, and I really do like Dodo as a companion. I know she's not very well liked in the fan base, but honestly, she feels normal to me. It's a shame she lost her northern accent sort of for this story because of production team issues, but I really enjoy it. My main issue comes with the second half and with some of the awkward racial issues going on in the story, of all the protagonists being white characters and all of the villains being black with webbed feet, which was kind of a racist caricature back in the 1940s. A bit awkward. I don't think it was intentional, but it does really take away parts of the story. And overall, the costume design isn't very good. But I'd say overall the story itself is good. It's very fun, it's very cheesy. Very 1960s Doctor Who. The Celestial Toymaker is another Marmite story of the classic era, as is many of them, and once again, missing, unlike the Ark, which was a nice little break. Honestly, I love this story. I think the storytelling elements are a bit weak at times, but the visual aspects, even with the story being missing, is so cool to me. The Toymaker himself is an incredible villain and essentially a god. Like, how much cooler could you get for a Doctor Who villain? I'm very excited to see what Neil Patrick Harris does with the character. I love the set design, despite the fact this show had such a minimal budget for this story. Dodo and Stephen are great in it. The First Doctor, despite not even being in episodes 2 and 3 and was just a disembodied hand, William Hartnell does some of his best performance as the First Doctor. But then in episode 3 they say the N-word. And it makes me very uncomfortable, in all honesty. 2 stories in a row, both done by the same showrunners, that have some racial complications. Very uncomfortable, and I decided not to think too much into it. But I'd still say the story is good despite that. The Gunfighters is another one of the few stories in season 3 that actually has all of its episodes intact, so you can watch them freely. And honestly, I wish it didn't. The Gunfighters is the first story of the entire show that I will call awful. Most of the sets look pretty bad. I understand the budget aspects, but I think the Celestial Toymaker even looks better than this and had a much weirder concept. Stephen does nothing in the final 2 episodes. Dodo is completely sidelined after episode 1, and even the Doctor just feels boring in this story, apart from a couple of, honestly, exceptionally funny moments of acting from William Hartnell, and he does do some great work here. Everything else, though, is terrible. The fact this is a historical but not even slightly accurate, where characters who weren't even there for the battle at the OK Corral are just there. Everything else as well, the song, oh my lord, the song, the Last Chance Saloon song will be stuck in your head for days because they play it about 30 times in the story, and the story is only 90 minutes. No, awful, awful story, and I really hate it. The Savages is honestly a weird story to me. It's another one of the stories in season 3 which is completely missing, and I don't think that helps its place in history. My main problems with this story is that we had this story at the start of this season. It's the same plot twist that was in the start of this exact same season. So if you'd already seen Galaxy Fall, you know what the twist will be. And that's a big problem, in my opinion, with many other issues as well, such as this being Stephen's last story. Despite the fact Stephen doesn't get to do much, really, until the last 2 episodes of the 4 parts, Dodo is once again just there, not doing anything, and even the Doctor doesn't do much in this story. The only reason it's kind of saved is due to the ending with Stephen's departure, as well as the supporting cast, who do a really good job in this story. I'd say this story is pretty forgettable, but it's a good ending for Stephen with the last 5 minutes. Continuing on with the character departures throughout season 3, because wow, they really did just consistently recast the main group. Honestly, the War Machines is great. I'm just going to come out straight away and say it. The plot is broken. There's no way to sugarcoat it. But everything about this story just feels right apart from the story itself. I love Wotan as a villain. He's creepy, he's menacing, he's a complete cyborg, it's disturbing. Ben and Polly are immediately interesting characters to me and some of my favourite Classic Who companions. The First Doctor has some of his best moments in his entire run in this story, where he just stares down a war machine, and even Dodo finally gets to do something for the 2 out of 4 episodes that she's actually in. Yeah, this story is great. It has some issues, but overall this is a really enjoyable story and really started to show what was possible with the show. Something that the Second Doctor's era would really, really take inspiration from. Season 3 to me overall feels like a big step back, even from season 1 at times. A lot of the stories you can feel the production issues with the constantly changing members of the cast, the constantly changing members of the production team, and yeah, this season is an absolute mess. It is the worst story so far, in my opinion, with another story coming pretty close to being the worst story so far, and a lot of mixed or good or decent episodes with only 2 real standouts. The season really is quite disappointing, as you can see from my ratings. We didn't even get a 9 out of 10 this time, and honestly, if the Daleks' Master Plan was reduced to 8 episodes, it'd probably be a 9 or even a 10, but with the way that it ended up, yeah, this season's kind of a mixed bag for me. And if we change it over to my rankings, yeah, it was pretty obvious where certain things were going to go. Don't get me wrong, this season does have its bright spots with the Daleks' Master Plan and the War Machines, but it has so many duds and more mixed / decent stories that it does drag on a little bit too long. And like I said, you could feel the behind-the-scenes issue, some of which will come to an absolute head in just a couple of stories' time. You'll see what I mean. Season 4 started to show a lot of changes for the show itself. Doctor Who had really started to go into a problem, and Season 3's ratings had come to an all-time low. Something drastic and new needed to change, both in front and behind the camera. Honestly, Season 3 is, like I said, not very good, but Season 4 is when I think they really started to hit their stride with the black and white era. And let's start that off straight away with The Smugglers is not the best intro. In fact, for a season itself, this is the worst starting episode for any Doctor Who season by this point. The Smugglers is a completely serviceable story that gets really boring really quickly. Ben and Polly, despite being just introduced, don't do too much in this and just mostly stand around and talk to the smugglers / the doctor / whoever else happens to be in the room at the time without actually showing any kind of character behind them. Polly does get the short end of the straw, especially with this story, as she doesn't do hardly anything without another character helping her, and the Doctor is essentially not in this story. So many scenes of the Doctor being there, William Hartnell's health had really deteriorated, so he just kind of stood around, not really being as authoritative as he was in the War Machines, and not even as interesting as he could be in other stories. This story is bad. I wouldn't say it's the worst. I wouldn't say it's as bad as The Gunfighters, but yeah, overall, bad story. Very boring. The 10th Planet is definitely a transition story for Doctor Who, with this being the final story with William Hartnell as the first Doctor, and yet you can feel his health deteriorating as the story goes on, as he's not in most of it. Also, the introduction of the Cybermen, though, as well as the second Doctor, really showing how the show can rejuvenate itself every few years. I honestly really like this story. Ben and Polly get a lot more to do in this story compared to the previous one. The first Doctor, despite not being in much of it, feels a lot more empowered, like in the War Machines. And yeah, the Cybermen are absolutely terrifying in this. I'm not sure if it's the black and white aspects or just the overall Mondasian Cybermen design, but they are freaky. The first episode especially is terrifying at times, especially with its cliffhanger ending. Episodes 2 and 3 do drag on quite a lot, but episode 4 brings it back full force and is honestly a 10 out of 10 episode on its own, not including the rest of the story, with, yeah, first Doctor regenerates. I wonder what happens next. Power of the Daleks is definitely an odd story, but in all the right ways. This is the first introduction to the second Doctor and his only story without companion Jamie, who's introduced in the next serial. This story is once again missing, but like with a lot of second Doctor stories, he's very popular with the animation reconstructions. And yeah, this story is cool. It's all about the Daleks showing a lot more of a scheming side that we hadn't seen since the original story. And yeah, Ben and Polly are great. I love all the scenes of them trying to figure out who the Doctor is now with his second incarnation. Patrick Troughton, despite us not being able to physically see his performance, just through the way he uses his voice alone, automatically intriguing, and I really like his portrayal right from the get-go, especially with how different he is from the first Doctor and how strange he is overall. I also love the return of the more fascist roots for the Daleks themselves, definitely following a bit more on their Nazi inspirations, which is cool. And yeah, overall, great story and a great introduction to the second Doctor. The Highlanders is the last historical for a very long time for the show, as the new producers wanted to really change it and go for a more sci-fi feel for a sci-fi show, which, yeah, I think that's fair enough. This is also the story that introduces Jamie, who had gone to be the second longest running companion in Doctor Who history, behind 13th Doctor companion Yaz. And yeah, Jamie's immediately an awesome companion. It's no wonder that he originally started off as a one-time character and was brought onto the TARDIS team full-time. Jamie is just very interesting. I also love the comedy of this story, where Polly basically just keeps blackmailing this guard from, like, the British Army, who just, every time he sees her, just sounds more and more defeated. But with this story being completely missing, a lot of the visual aspects that this story relied on just aren't there, and because of that, even with the reconstruction, I can't tell what's going on most of the time, so it ends up being more of a mixed bag than anything. I do think that if the story was ever animated, I would change my opinion on it. The Underwater Menace is definitely another weird story. The animation just came out today as well, and I will be looking forward to seeing it. My issues with The Underwater Menace, though, is that I think it's a good story, that has already been told multiple times before in the show by this point. Nothing new is brought to the table, and despite the cast being great and this being Jamie's first proper adventure in the TARDIS, not much really happens. I find it overall kind of bland. Even the new elements, which I do think are really good, they still feel like they're retreading just with a new coat of paint. It's a problem throughout the entire story, and even Patrick Troughton's performance feels like it's from Power of the Daleks again. It's strange, I don't really like it, but I definitely don't hate it either. This is a very mixed story for me overall. Sorry to Underwater Menace fans. The Moonbase is the first non-Dalek story to actually have a recurring villain, this time with the previously shown Cybermen, and yeah, there's a reason why they were brought back only 4 stories later. It's because they are cool, and I love Cybermen. This is another Base Under Siege story, and honestly its biggest problem is that it feels like a rehash of the 10th planet, but instead of it being the first Doctor, it's now the second. And as much as I really enjoy some elements of it, especially Jamie meeting his first more alien-styled villain compared to the Underwater Menace, it still just feels like the 10th planet again, kind of rehashing stuff in a similar way that the Underwater Menace did, but in my opinion, much better, mostly due to the character interactions being a lot more interesting. And also the Cybermen have already been redesigned, and they're still absolutely terrifying. This is a good story that's just a little bit muddled. The Macra Terror is amazing. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm sorry, some people hate this story, and it's about giant crabs that are super intelligent and control a population, and there's no such thing as Macra. I don't even know why I'm honestly making this. There's just a blank thing on my reviews, and it says Macra, but I know there's no such thing as Macra. There is no such thing as Macra. Onto the Faceless Ones now, which is the 7th story of this season, because, no such thing as Macra. So this is actually the last 8th story of the show, until the revived era, which is weird to think about. And it's a great one to go out on for this length of storytelling per season. I really enjoy the Faceless Ones. My only complaint, honestly, is that Ben and Polly do basically get written out partway through the story and don't appear until the very end. But new pseudo-companion Samantha, great name, is a really cool character that I wish was able to stay around. The actual Faceless Ones themselves are disturbing. This is another story that is missing the Sphere animated version that is on screen. And it's still cool. The animation in this story is really, really top-notch in my opinion, which I haven't really mentioned before. But yeah, this story is great. Really damn fun. A little bit long at times, but yeah, definitely would recommend. Evil of the Daleks is a rarity for the classic era, as it continues straight after Ben and Polly's departure in the previous one, and is, for the first episode at least, kind of a sequel to the Faceless Ones without actually continuing the story. This also introduces us to Victoria, who would be the brand new companion for the rest of the next season, sort of, and it's a good introduction to her. I'm not the biggest fan of Victoria as a character overall, but this is definitely a very strong introduction for her. The rest of the story is also great, minus one episode which drags on for way too long. And the supporting cast in this are honestly awesome. I wish they were able to come back for later stories. And the Baby Daleks are some of my favourite things in the entirety of Doctor Who. Oh yeah, this is a Dalek story. I completely forgot to mention that. Yeah, the Daleks are awesome in this one. Probably the most menacing they'd ever been, and definitely the most scheming they'd ever been. It's a good finale to them as it was originally written, and yeah, overall this story is great. Season 4 of the classic era is honestly a huge step up from the first 3, especially the 3rd season. So many of my issues with the previous season had been completely ironed out by this point, apart from the first story. The new cast are really interesting to watch, especially Jamie and the Second Doctor, who became instantly iconic to audiences, even back in the 1960s, after a couple of growing pains from audience members. The season even has some of the best highlights so far of the classic era, and only really has one dud and a couple of missteps. But even so, it shows how much stronger this season was, and how much a production team automatically got how Doctor Who worked. The Daleks and Cybermen are both really awesome, and I love the transition from the Daleks being more of the first Doctor villain to the Cybermen becoming the more iconic one throughout the second Doctor's era. It just felt natural, and as you can see here from my ratings, I really do like me some Cybermen and Daleks. And if we change it to rankings, yeah, Cybermen and Dalek stories pretty much just topping everything else. But even so, absolutely great season at times. Really enjoyed it. Cannot wait for what is next. Season 5 is the first of the 2 fully second Doctor seasons of the classic era, and I'm already just going to say off the bat, this is probably my favourite of the black and white, and you'll soon see why I rate it so highly. A lot of stuff about this season just feels right, and as we get a bit more into it, you'll really see the second Doctor come into his own here, instead of being a little bit overshadowed by the first Doctor. This season also had a reduced serial count at the behest of Patrick Troughton and the second Doctor to be 7 serials instead of the previous 9, 10 and 9 again, something which I feel is much better for the show, as it does actually let the stories breathe a little bit better without having to rush constantly and without the ridiculous amount of episodes that season 3 especially had. But enough of all that little intro-y stuff, let's get right into season 5. Kicking off the season is Tomb of the Cybermen, and wow, what a step up for intros to the season. Tomb of the Cybermen is, honestly, I'm just going to state it right now, one of the greatest of all time Doctor Who stories. Everything about it is damn near perfect, and the stuff that isn't damn near perfect is only not near because it is perfect. The supporting cast are all absolutely brilliant in their roles. The Cybermen are completely terrifying and menacing even nowadays at times. The second Doctor is completely on point. Jamie is completely on point. Victoria has an amazing moment with the second Doctor, which really shines her as a character. And yeah, I can't add much more. This story is incredible. Please definitely go out and watch it. It's all on iPlayer now. You have no excuse. The Abominable Snowman is one of the most interesting concepts for a Doctor Who story by this point, literally taking a more myth/legend styled villain and turning it into a Doctor Who villain, and honestly, I really love the concept of this episode. What I really wish for is that it was 4 parts instead of 6. This episode for me, despite most people really enjoying it, I can only give it a 5 out of 10. This story is so mixed for me. I enjoy so many aspects of it. All the stuff with Victoria and the Great Intelligence is really interesting. Jamie and the second Doctor is really cool once again. But the story shouldn't be 6 episodes. I'm sorry, it just doesn't have enough to have that runtime. I love the Yetis, I love the Great Intelligence's reveal. But if this was a 4-part, I feel like I could rate it much higher than a 5. But this story is so mixed to me because I got bored. And it's a shame. The X-Warriors are the best villains in Doctor Who. Please fight me in the comments because a lot of people don't like them, and they are wrong. I love this story. Everything about this story is so cool to me because it has Ice Warriors in it. And I could literally fill up this entire minute talking about it, just mentioning Ice Warriors. But then I have to remember that the rest of the plot also exists, and it's really damn boring if an Ice Warrior's not in it. When the Ice Warriors are in it, it's a 10 out of 10. But they're only in this story for about half the runtime, so the rest of the runtime would be a 3. I'm not even going to pretend, as much as I do love the Ice Warriors, I'm not joking about that, I do really love them. This story is slow, it's boring, and overall, despite the technological aspects being really cool for the time, not much else happens. I don't even really need to mention the main cast because they don't do much. But this story has an Ice Warrior in it, so that makes it go from mixed to good. deal with it. Enemy of the World is another interesting concept, kind of in a similar vein to the Abominable Snowmen, with this story focusing completely around an evil, capitalist, nutjob terrorist, supervillain, Bond villain kind of thing, but they look like this Doctor, and they're both played by Patrick Troughton, and it's a really cool story, with the fact that the companions are completely confused throughout, just being like, oh, hi Doctor, and Scaramanga, the villain, responds with, who the hell's the Doctor? And they go up to the Doctor and be like, oh, hi, Scaramanga. And the Doctor's like, who the hell's Scaramanga? It's all really cool. And I love the ending, especially the split shot with Patrick Troughton playing both characters on the screen at the same time in the 1960s. All really cool. I just wish it wasn't a six-parter because, my God, does the middle section of this story get so incredibly boring that, not even being hyperbolic, I fell asleep when I first saw this story. I'm glad I rewatched it and enjoy it a lot more, but I can't give it any more than a good. I'm sorry, guys. Time for this season to have another all-time classic for me, and that is The Web of Fear. Whilst my opinions on The Abominable Snowman were a lot more mixed, The Web of Fear is an absolute classic, completely claustrophobic, basically the introduction of Unit before they were called Unit, terrifying at times, the Yeti are so cool, the Great Intelligence is an awesome villain, and it's no wonder they brought him back so quickly. Victoria has so much to do in this story that it's actually kind of exciting to see her do something. Notice how I've not mentioned her for the past 3 stories. Yeah, this story is absolutely great, and the second Doctor has some of his best moments in this entire run. Also, the introduction to Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart. Get used to hearing that name, guys. Yeah, this story is amazing. My only issues with it is that it is a little bit too long. Could have been a 5-parter, but otherwise, absolutely amazing. Solid 9 out of 10. Time for another episode that I originally didn't have the strongest feelings on, like Enemy of the World, but this time I grew to really enjoy it. Fury from the Deep is one of the weirdest stories of the entire show, with literal murder seaweed. Yes, seaweed that kills people. And somehow the show makes it work. Honestly, it makes the possessions a bit creepy and terrifying at times, but in a way that's also silly in the way that only Doctor Who could get away with it. This is also the final story for Victoria, and she does so much in this story that it feels almost like she's a completely different character, but honestly, I'm here for it. I love all the possession stuff. I love how terrifying and horror-esque this story is. I love how one of the characters you're led to believe is a villain, but actually is just a bit of a dick that comes through in the end. Yeah, this story is great. I really enjoy it. And honestly, by the end of it, I felt it was a shame to let Victoria go. The Wheel in Space is fine. The introduction for Zoe as a companion, despite her going on to be one of my favourites, is fine. The second Doctor and Jamie in this story are fine. The Cybermen and the threat levels in this story are fine. This is the most fine/average story in Doctor Who history by this point. And honestly, that's kind of a problem with it. The first 2 episodes especially feel like they were originally 1 episode that was spread out to be 2 instead. And in honesty, episodes 3 and 4 feel like they were originally 1 episode that was spread out to 2. This story is boring at times, but not in a way that's actually boring. It's strange to explain. It just feels very run-of-the-mill, shut your brain off and just watch. The Cybermen are cool and everything, but yeah, this story is the most fine thing from Fine City, from the planet Fine. Yeah, Season 5 is definitely a huge step up in my opinion. It feels like everything that Season 4 wanted to be, but was still struggling with Hartnell's health. And yeah, it really does just feel like a rejuvenation that the show needed. It has the first 10 out of 10 I've given a story thus far, and even the worst episodes, I've only given them 5s. Like, that's how good this season is. Even the worst ones are still watchable. They're still fine. And as you can see here from my ratings, yeah, the lowest is a 5. The rest of them are 7 and above. In fact, the overall average is the first 7 so far. And that's pretty telling, in my opinion. And changing over to the rankings, obviously Tomb of the Sidemen at number 1, that was never a question. And the rest of them, all pretty good. These will all be pretty highly rated by the time I get to the overall rankings. It would be such a shame if something came along as an entire season and completely destroyed my perception of the black and white era. Season 6 is the final season with the second Doctor Patrick Troughton, as well as Jamie, played by Fraser Hines, and new companion Zoe, who is the only companion of the second Doctor's era, apart from Jamie, to actually be there at the start and end of the season. Kinda weird to think about that. But yeah, Season 6 is also the last of the production team of Seasons 3 at the very end, 4 and 5, and the steam train had definitely started to run out by this point. You'll see what I mean when we go into the first story. The Dominators is a story that I have seen 3 times in total. And every single time I watch this story, no matter what I do, no matter what I try to do, by episode 2, I start to fall asleep. Every time I've watched this story, I get so incredibly bored, so incredibly annoyed at the boringness of the villains, the boringness of the damn quarks, the boringness of even our main characters. I start to fall asleep. This story should not be a 5-parter. This story should be a 1-parter to finally save my brain from ever having to sit through it ever again. It is so incredibly bland, boring, and basic. I am shocked that this was ever actually released in the way it was. This is the 1 out of 10 for the classic era, and some people may try and defend it, but I'm sorry, this is the worst of not just the black and white era, but the entirety of the classic era. The Mind Robber is another strange story, and I'll be honest, a definite step up from the Dominators, but I also think just watching the Gunfighters repeating it for an entire day is probably better than the Dominators. The Mind Robber really tries the more weird aspects of the second season's The Chase, with the dream / not real fictional characters in the universe, where the Doctor and Co go to a parallel universe, which is all fictional characters. And it's really cool. I love the concept, I love the set design, I love how interesting Zoe gets throughout this story. I just wish it wasn't 5 parts. The first episode especially is just the main cast in the TARDIS, and nothing happens for 20 minutes. The next episode, not much happens either apart from introducing the world. The cast don't get much to do, and it's really in the last 3 episodes that it starts to get interesting. It's just a shame the first 2 drag on as long as they do. This is still a good story though, definitely enjoyable. The Invasion is an amazing story, trapped inside the body of a good story. Now, don't get me wrong, I know the fans love this one, and I really enjoy it. But at the end of the day, this is an 8-part story, which just doesn't need to be that long. Tobias Vaughn is a really good villain throughout, but everything else, including the Cybermen themselves, feel a bit of a step down. One of the other positives is definitely Unit, but even then, they don't get much to do until the final 2 episodes. Once again, bringing into my issues of pacing that this story has. I do really enjoy The Invasion. The second Doctor especially is on top form. Jamie's great, Zoe's great, Unit and the Brigadier are great. Even some of the supporting characters like the journalist, really cool, really interesting. I just wish this was 6 parts instead, and it might even be a 9 out of 10, but it's good. It's a 7 out of 10, it's a good story still. The Crotons is definitely continuing the stream of good but not great stories. I do really enjoy this one a lot more than other fans do. I love the conversations between the Doctor and Zoe. Really funny to see that Zoe is actually smarter than the Doctor, according to this test. And the Crotons themselves as villains are kind of fun, very cheesy, very 60s, very Doctor Who. Everything else about the story, however, is just a bit slow. I really enjoy the aspects of this weird, futuristic, kill the smartest ones thing to keep the robots in power, but it's revealed at the start of basically episode 2, the ending of episode 1, and nothing really changes after that. It's all just the same stuff throughout the rest of the story, and it really is a shame, but still, it's a good, very fun story. Seeds of Death is essentially the Ice Warriors again, but with an actual plot that's actually good. The Ice Warriors, once again, are my favourite classic villain of the entire show, next to the Daleks. And yeah, it's awesome seeing them with an actual plot this time. This story is honestly amazing. The actual concept of the Seeds of Death, really cool. I love all the stuff with the second Doctor bantering with the Ice Warriors towards the end of the story. Jamie and Zoe, once again, being a great little duo throughout. And yeah, this story is amazing. I can't add any more to it. If the story didn't have Ice Warriors, it'd be great. But once again, I love Ice Warriors, so it gives an extra point. It's absolutely amazing. Love it. Now time for stuff to drop significantly. The Space Pirates is a story where the Doctor and companions aren't really in it until the last 3 episodes, and it's a 6-parter, and it literally revolves around some space pirates going to a space station, blowing up the space station, and then going on to the next space station, whilst the Space Authority people go, oh my god, they've blown up another space station. It is that for 4 out of the 6 episodes. Then episode 5 has the Doctor actually meeting the main villain for 3 seconds, and the last episode is literally an entire 25-minute long episode of them defusing a bomb. This is written by Robert Holmes, who previously did The Crotons, and will go on to be one of the best writers for Doctor Who. But this is definitely a massive blemish on his career. It is so boring, so bad, but I'd still rather watch this again over The Dominators. It's awful, but it's not the worst of all time. For the final second Doctor story, we have the War Games, and honestly, this story is great. It's 10 parts, and most of the time doesn't feel like it, because the storytelling is written that well. My issue comes with the middle section of the War Games. The start section is really interesting, the ending is one of the greatest endings to any story of all time, but the middle section of the War Games does drag on a little bit. And when it's 10 episodes in total, 1 episode dragging on is a bit of an inconvenience, but 3 episodes dragging on is boring. Everything else though about this, including the set design, the supporting cast, the main cast, the plot itself, the War Chief, all awesome. Love it all. I just wish it was an 8-parter instead of a 10, and I really do think this would be another greatest of all time for me. I know for most fans it is, but for me personally, it's just a little bit too long, just by a couple of episodes. Still though, absolutely great. Season 6 definitely has its strong points, such as the Seeds of Death and the War Games. It has some good stories as well, throughout most of it, and then there's 2 of the worst of all time, and yeah, they are genuinely 2 of the worst of all time. It really does damage Season 6, and especially Patrick Troughton's final season, after such a good run up until this point. The damage that those 2 stories do, as you can see here by the ratings, really do stand out compared to the other 5 stories. And when we change it to the rankings just makes it even more abundantly clear the massive difference that those 2 stories make for this season. I do wish that they didn't exist so Troughton could go off with another bang, but at the end of the day, Season 6 is the worst the show has been so far, and it's honestly a shame to me. Following Troughton's departure at the end of Season 6, Season 7 is basically seen as a proper reboot for Doctor Who. Finally in colour, and taking place completely on Earth throughout this season, and essentially the next two as well, minus a couple of little changes. Brand new third Doctor played by Jon Pertwee is immediately interesting, and I do genuinely love him as one of my favourites. And this season, let's just say that I have some opinions on this season that we are going to get into. Spearhead from Space is another incredible introduction, the second best in my opinion, following Tomb of the Cybermen for any Doctor Who season, never mind just the classic and modern era. Honestly, Spearhead from Space is exactly what you need this kind of story to be. It introduces UNIT properly after their appearance in the previous season. It introduces brand new companion Liz Shaw, who is one of my all-time favourites, definitely in my top 5 Doctor Who companions ever, and also introduces a third Doctor perfectly, as well as the damn Autons, who would go on to be a recurring villain throughout the show as well. Everything about this story just clicks. My only issue, honestly, is that the first 2 episodes do feel a little bit padded, and I do mean that in the most minute way. Overall, the story is honestly amazing, and yeah, this is such a good introduction to Season 7, and it doesn't really fall much from here. Doctor Who and the Silurians is definitely another weird title for this show. So apparently it's because the production team behind the scenes would call each episode Doctor Who and the Spearhead from Space, for example. But with this one, they didn't know that, so it still kept the Doctor Who and the Silurians, so just being called the Silurians, and I just think that's funny. But yeah, this episode's a 7-parter and doesn't need to be. It should be a 6, and you can kind of feel that extra episode was kind of padded out, especially for episodes 4 and 6. But yeah, this story is great. I love the Silurians immediately. They're such an interesting and complex villains, mostly for the fact that they're not villains. I love the arguments between the Brigadier and the Doctor here. Liz shows just how intelligent she is as a character and why she's necessary for this season and this soft reboot. Yeah, Doctor Who and the Silurians is another great story, and Season 7 is really off to a great start. The Ambassadors of Death is honestly a bit of a step down from the previous 2 stories, and since there's only 4 this time due to stuff that Jon Pertwee personally requested, it is a shame to see it step down. Once again, it's another 7-parter that should be a 6, and it has its problems with its pacing. The Ambassadors of Death is quite a slow burn story, but honestly, I don't mind it most of the time. It's only in the second half that I feel it starts to lose its ground a little with its pacing. And the overall plot is definitely an interesting one, definitely something unique to Doctor Who due to the Earth-based stories of Season 7. And overall, I do really enjoy this story at points. I just wish it was a bit shorter. It didn't need to be 7 parts, and it does drag on for a bit longer than usual. The main cast are as amazing as always, but overall I'd have to say this story is decent. Slight blip on Season 7, but when decent is the lowest of your episodes, it's a pretty good season. For the final story of Season 7, we have Inferno, and I'm just going to go right off the bat. This is going to be at the top of the list when I do the ranking of each stories. I love Inferno. I love how the first 2 episodes introduces us to the supporting cast of his story, really solidifies the Brigadier and Liz as the pseudo-companions for this season, since neither of them actually travel in the TARDIS. Jon Pertwee is perfect as always. I love the accurate scientific stuff. I even love the last episode, which most people have an issue with for returning to it, and the 4 episodes in between. Let's just say that the BBC didn't allow Nazis to be properly shown on television back in the 70s. So this episode took some creative liberties, which in my opinion, perfectly pay off. All the stuff with the, devolved people, it's so cool. I love this story, every aspect of this story. It feels like a 7-parter, which needed all 7 parts to work. Yeah, greatest of all time. So yeah, to anyone worrying, my opinions of Season 7 are ridiculously positive. I adore this season. It's one of my favourite seasons of Doctor Who in general, never just mind the classic or modern eras. it just works for me. Even the low point of the Ambassadors of Death, as you can see from my ratings here, is still a 6 out of 10. It's still decent. Nothing here is either mixed or lower. It's decent, even with that one story. But this season as a whole is great. It's the first season of the show that I would say is properly great. No real duds. Absolute classics constantly. 2 iconic monsters to the show with the Autons and the Silurians. And yeah, this season is honestly just great, amazing at times. And it's one of my favourite seasons of television in general. And when you change it over to rankings, yeah, Inferno is obviously at number 1. Don't expect that to change anytime soon, or possibly ever, unless I make a video combining both the classic and modern eras, which, wow, that video would be about 9 hours, wouldn't it? Following on from the end of Season 7, Season 8 continues the Earthbound theme of that previous story, and yeah, Season 8 is definitely a weird one for me. Introduces brand new companion who I absolutely adore, Joe Grant, as well as adding a lot more to the unit family after Sergeant Benton started to become a more recurring character at the end of Season 7, and introduces Mike Yates with Season 8 from now on for quite a while. Season 8 is definitely a weird one overall though, and let me explain what I mean. The first story with Terror of the Autons is basically a sequel to Spearhead from Space, and a massive introduction to Joe Grant as a new Doctor's companion. And yeah, this story is good. I see a lot of fans adore this story, especially the introduction of Roger Delgado as the Master. And yeah, I enjoy all those aspects, but some parts of this story really do just feel like a rehash of Spearhead from Space, and that's a problem for me. I love the fact that they have a brand new recurring villain after the Daleks and the Cybermen, but with the Autons, there's only so much you can do with them, and I feel like most of the stuff this story does was already pretty well explained in Spearhead. I do still like this story, I still think it's good, it's just a bit of a rehash for me. The Mind of Evil is a story that a lot of people hate, and honestly, I never fully understood why. It's a really cool concept, in my opinion, showing something that literally creates the character's worst fears and manifests it into a semi-reality state. It's really awesome. I love all the stuff to do with the peace conference. The Brigadier, as always, is absolutely hilarious whenever he tries to argue with the Doctor and just goes, "Yes, but I am in charge," and Free just responds with, "Yeah, you kind of are, aren't you?" Joe is great in this story, really starting to be solidified by Katie Manning's performance. And yeah, this story is really fun. Until the Master appears in it. Now, don't get me wrong, I love the Master as a villain. I think he's great in the previous story, and I think Roger Delgado is definitely underrated due to his untimely death. But he really didn't need to be in this story, and it starts to become a problem from here on out that he just keeps appearing. You'll see what I mean later. Still a good story. The Claws of Axos is an amazing story, trapped within the body of a decent one. A lot of the ideas in the Claws of Axos are really interesting and really cool, and then once again, as mentioned in the previous story, the Master appears and is actually the main villain, and the Axonites just kind of stand around and do nothing for the last 2 episodes until the last 10 minutes. It's honestly such a shame. The first 2 episodes of this story are really intriguing. Obviously, the Doctor and Joe are great as always. Even the Brigadier has a slight step back in this story to try and give a bit more breathing room to Joe as a new companion. And then the Master just appears at the end of episode 1. And all the tension is gone because it's another, the Master is the villain story. So I have such mixed feelings on this, but overall I'd still say it's decent. I still enjoy the Claws of Axos, even if it is quite a step down. Colony in Space is one of those stories which every single time someone mentions it, I have to go, which one's that again? Honestly, Colony in Space, despite being the first story actually set in space in Season 6, isn't very memorable. It's another political anti-capitalist story, which I'm usually really having fun with, that just doesn't know what it wants to be. It's a six-parter that feels like it only had enough plot for about 3-4 episodes. And yeah, so the way that they make it into 6 parts is they just bring the Master in again. So you know exactly what's going to happen. Him and the Doctor are going to have a conversation, they're going to come to a disagreement, the Master will continue his plan, and the Doctor will stop him in the end. It's just exactly the same thing as the previous 3 stories, but with much worse side characters, and it's 6 parts instead, so it's even more boring. Even the Mind of Evil was able to balance 6 parts. This episode does not. This episode and story overall is meh. It is a 4. Sorry. The Demons finally feels like it's actually continuing on from where season 7 left off with its high quality. So honestly, The Demons is a weird story. It's not overly sci-fi and more falling into like folk horror tropes, which really works. Even the Master's random appearance in this story makes a lot more sense than in the previous 3, and he really does start to show himself as a much more maniacal psychopath, as he would later be portrayed by future incarnations. I really enjoy The Demons. I love the creepy Wicker Man-styled setup of the story. I love John Pertwee as the Doctor. I love the unit family in this story. Everything about this just really works out. Until the last episode, which I feel ends very suddenly. Since this story is only a 5-parter, I feel like it could have really benefited from being a 6 instead. A lot of the aspects of the first 4 episodes are just quickly explained and dropped instead of being fully expanded on. But still, great story. So yeah, I understand a lot of people really enjoy season 8, but for me it is a massive step down in quality from season 7. Not as bad as season 6 to say, but a huge drop off from the previous season, mostly due to Roger Delgado as the Master appearing in every single story. Now don't get me wrong, I love his portrayal of the Master, he is one of my favourites. But when he keeps appearing in every story, instead of making each villain unique and special, it just completely sidelines them to focus on him instead. I do like a lot of aspects of this season, such as the unit family becoming a much stronger part. I absolutely love Jo Grant as just being one of the funniest companions and one of the sweetest companions in the entire show. But as you can see from my ratings, when it comes to the actual stories themselves, there's only one that I think is great, 3 that I'm a bit more I enjoy, but don't exactly love, and then 1 story which is completely forgettable. It exists and it is fine, but to be honest, actually no, not even fine. It's forgettable. Yeah, season 8 for me, it's got its problems, let's just say that. Jumping on to season 9 now, and apparently the BBC did hear some complaints about Roger Delgado's Master appearing in every story, as this time he only appears in 2 of the 5, which to me is definitely much better. When it comes to season 9 though, a lot of this seems to be bringing back old concepts, and focusing on the 3rd Doctor himself being a bit more out of his depth, which I do enjoy. As you'll see though later on, I do have some mixed feelings on this season, so let's just get straight into it. Day of the Daleks is one of the strangest Dalek stories ever. Now, for these videos, I am trying to watch the original versions as well as the newer, updated versions, just so I get a full, clear image. And the original voices of the Daleks in this story are completely trash. I'm glad they brought in Nicholas Briggs to redo them because it really helps, as does the overall special effects increase of the special edition. But the story itself isn't good. It's a timey-wimey, future Terminator-styled plot well before Terminator even came out. That just doesn't work for me. A lot of the stuff that's explained doesn't actually make any sense even when characters explain it. The Daleks aren't the main threat of this story, as it originally wasn't even written as a Dalek story, and the 3rd Doctor kills people in it. But it's also really so stupid that it's really, really fun to watch. I'd say overall it's a decent story. Not good by any means, but it's quite enjoyable. Now, speaking of steps up in this series, honestly, Peladon is incredible at times. The Curse of Peladon is one of my favourite Third Doctor stories. It is honestly amazing. I wouldn't say it's the greatest of all time or anything, mostly due to the fact that I feel like it could have benefited from a 5th episode, and it feels a little bit short at the ending, but everything from Aragon being one of the cutest but also kind of creepiest monsters in the franchise, ignoring the kind of dodgy special effects, the Third Doctor and Joe actually on a proper alien planet being fully explorable, really damn cool. I love all the supporting characters, and of course, this story has got my boys, my Ice Warriors, and they're being portrayed as good guys for once, which is awesome to see, and something that the show doesn't really do with any other villains apart from them. This story is honestly amazing. I would highly recommend it now that it's on BBC iPlayer, and yeah, 9 out of 10. I'm going to get a lot of annoyed comments for this, but honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of the Sea Devils, mostly due to its length. It's a 6-part story that should be a 4. A lot of stuff just doesn't happen in the 2nd to 5th episodes. They're very slow-paced at times, and it's where a lot of my issues come from. I will say I love the Sea Devils as villains. It's nice to see Roger Delgado as the Master as the villain again after 2 stories where he doesn't appear, and it feels more organic with him actually appearing in this one, since it seems like he's actually had this scheme cooking for a long time. Sword Fight is also great. I love the action sequences on the beaches, and once again, Sea Devils are little cutie boys and I love them. But this story is really boring to me. Multiple times throughout, I found myself constantly checking my phone to see what else was going on, something that I hadn't done for quite a while by this point, even throughout season 8. I am a bit disappointed that I don't enjoy it as much as other fans do, so I have to give it a decent, but I'm glad other people enjoy it more than I do. The Mutants is one of the most mid things I've ever seen in my life. It is one of the most serviceable, acceptable Doctor Who plots ever that does absolutely nothing new. Add the radiation aspects of the original Dalek story, along with the folk politics, random stuff of capitalism versus socialism / communism, etc. And yeah, that's the Mutants. It is fine to boring. I don't enjoy this story much, and it's a 6-parter that does not need to be as long as it is. It drags on, especially after episode 2, where it seems like all the characters just drag to a halt with their own intentions. Yeah, The Mutants is a 4 out of 10. It's boring, but not exactly bad. Speaking of stories that are boring but not exactly bad, hey, remember the 2nd Doctor when they blew up Atlantis? Well, we're blowing it up again, and the Master is here for reasons that aren't ever really specified, and nothing happens. But all the cast members are absolutely perfect and on point, so the Time Meddler is such a weird story to me. All the cast are giving it their all, they're all incredible throughout, including the new supporting cast members. But the story just doesn't do much until the last 2 episodes. It feels like it was originally a 2-parter, or maybe even a 3-parter, which somehow ended up as 6 parts. The first 4 episodes, nothing happens, and like I said, the only positive thing is the cast are giving it their all throughout. I really enjoy the performances, especially some of the banter between the Doctor and the Master in this story, but yeah, overall this story is just very forgettable and very meh. So yeah, despite my dislike for Season 8, I honestly think Season 9 is worse. There is only one story, as you can see from my ratings, that I actually like properly. And yeah, The Curse of Peladon is as good as it gets, which is an amazing story, don't get me wrong. But when 2 other stories are a 6, they're decent, they're watchable, fun enough, and then 2 of them are just forgettable, really not a good season, and a massive step down even from Season 8, which I personally don't have much fun with. Season 9's a strange season to me. I'll never fully understand the love some people have for it, but, if you enjoy it and you enjoy the Sea Devils, good for you, but for my rankings, yeah, it's pretty obvious what was going to be on top. It's a shame, as this is essentially the last season properly with the unit family, as next season, a lot of things are about to change. Season 10 is definitely one of those weird seasons of Doctor Who, another semi-transitionary period, but this time keeping the same Doctor and companion. You'll see exactly what I mean with the first story being the 10th anniversary special, sort of, don't worry about it, as well as many other aspects of this season feeling very anniversary-esque. This season is also kind of notable for the fact that Katie Manning decided to step down before they started production of it, and decided to stay until the final story of the season. But yeah, let's get straight into it, because season 10 is a wild ride. The Three Doctors is the first multi-Doctor story in Doctor Who's history, and honestly, it's a pretty high benchmark to start with. This story is amazing at times, with some of the cheesiest, funniest lines in the entire show, especially when the Brigadier meets the second and third Doctors at the same time, with Omega being such a cheesy, over-the-top villain in every possible aspect, which is one of the things I love about this show. I really enjoy everything about the Three Doctors, with the only negative really being William Hartnell, who could only be shown through the television screen on the TARDIS, whilst 2 and 3 are bantering. I understand why this had to happen due to Hartnell's health, but it still feels a bit disappointing to me personally. Other aspects which aren't exactly perfect would be the weird little monster things that Omega keeps sending out, and yeah, they do just look terrible, but at the same time, this is Doctor Who. Bad monster design and cheesy special effects is one of the things we love most, so the story is still amazing to me. Speaking of stuff that's amazing, Carnival of Monsters is one of the greatest of all time. It's another Keys of Mariner style thing where each episode follows a different mini-story, and with this one, I feel like they finally perfected the formula for classic Who. Each story feels unique and different while still continuing on from the previous one, and still being a massive part of an overarching narrative which is shown through some of the characters. The Doctor and Jo are honestly incredible. I love the fact we're able to use the TARDIS again. The miniscope is one of the coolest little things ever made, and it's also nice to see a little Cyberman cameo here, their only appearance in the third Doctor's entire era. Yeah, this season so far has been great, and Carnival of Monsters is one of the greatest stories in Doctor Who history. I am shocked we've never tried to do another miniscope story since, and honestly, I kind of wish they did. 10 out of 10, no questions. Frontier in Space is an absolutely amazing 4-parter, trapped completely behind a 6-parter, where the only way they were able to pad the runtime is by having the Doctor and Jo continuously get captured, and my god, does it get so tiring by episode 3. And since this story is a 6-parter, that really does drag on. I love Roger Delgado returning for the final time as the Master due to his untimely death. I love the ending twist. I love all the stuff with Earth versus the Draconians. It's so cool and so political and so relevant to the time. And then the Doctor gets captured again. And then they get released and we get about 5 minutes of plot, and then they're captured again. And it really drags the story because it is so interesting, apart from the prison scenes. But the prison scenes are about half the runtime, so I have to give the story a mixed. I'm sorry, guys. It's the first stud of this season. Planet of the Daleks is normally very looked down on due to it being a best-of compilation, and yeah, that's what Planet of the Daleks is. It's basically a remake of all the previous Dalek stories combined into one, as a 6-part story taking place on the so-called Planet of the Daleks, which is now Spyrodon instead of Skaro. And yeah, it's a best-of compilation, and for some reason, people think that's a bad thing. I'm sorry guys, Planet of the Daleks is definitely a best-of compilation, but there's a certain thing that people forget when they say that. Best of. Planet of the Daleks is one of the funnest, dumbest, most enjoyable stories in all of Doctor Who. It is not original. I'm not going to pretend it's original, but all the stuff it combines together with the minor little tweaks and new aspects, such as the Supreme Dalek, are awesome. I love this story. It's great to me. I understand why some people call it the worst of the entire Third Doctor's era, but for me, This is a great story, I'm sorry. The Green Death is yet another great story. Overall, I'd actually say it's a good story, but that departure scene with Joe Grant, oh yes, it moves up to great. So for this one, it gets weird very often with giant maggots that have been mutated by like radiation and stuff. It actually sets up a plot point for season 11, which I think is really cool and something Classic Who didn't really do very often. But yeah, The Green Death is completely Jo Grant's story. She is the main character in this, not the Doctor. It really does fully flesh her out as a character, something that Classic Who companions only rarely got. And I love the fact that throughout this story, the Doctor is kind of a backbench secondary character until the ending. Jo really does take the spotlight here, and it's such a shame this is her last story for a very long time. I think the story is great. I really enjoy it. Yeah, really great story. For me, after 2 seasons of duds and questionable storytelling, Season 10 really does get back to the quality of Season 7. I wouldn't say overall it's as good as Season 7, mostly due to Frontier in Space having some very boring moments, and my weird love for Planet of the Daleks. But yeah, I love this season. It's really enjoyable, really damn fun. I was very excited when I bought the Season 10 collection set, because I could watch all these, and look at my ratings. I love this season. The only outlier is Frontier in Space, and I think it is genuinely due to it meaning to be a fall pattern. If it was a fall pattern, I would love it, but it's not. And because of that, this season is a bit of a dud due to just that one story. The rest, however, as you can see by my rankings, absolutely great. I struggled so hard deciding which I loved more, The Green Death or Planet of the Daleks, but there you go, that's what I decided to go with, and hopefully no one hates me for it. Season 11 of Classic Who is mostly famous for one specific thing, and that is the introduction of companion Sarah Jane Smith, who, let's be honest, modern or classic, you probably know who this character is. Season 11 is also really noticeable for one massive departure, with John Pertwee finally stepping down after 5 years in the role as the Doctor, mostly due to the tragic death of Roger Delgado, which occurred shortly after Season 10 was finished. Now, one thing I'll state for Season 11 is it feels like a very different show. There's a new title sequence and everything for this season, and yeah, there's kind of a reason for it. This is a massive tonal shift, in my opinion, from the past 4 seasons, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but as you'll see, let's get into that now. The Time Warrior is honestly a great start to this season. It's got some nice little bits of comedy. The introduction of the Sontarans, who become one of the most iconic Doctor Who foes of all time, is absolutely brilliant. Their Doctor is on complete full form throughout the entirety of this serial, and Sarah Jane's introduction is honestly a really good companion introduction. My main issue with this thing is it feels a bit slow. At 90 minutes long and a 4-parter, normally these would be quite fast-paced, but the Time Warrior can be slow at times, especially with episode 3. But overall, it's still a very enjoyable time. The historical modern-day setting is really cool and something that the modern era of Doctor Who would do a lot more often than the classic does. So the historicals weren't very common back in the day, and this is a pretty cool introduction to them to really take off and be used more often. Invasion of the Dinosaurs is that story. If you know anything about Classic Who's really bad special effects, this is probably the story that comes into your brain before anything else, and there is a reason for that. The dinosaurs in this look appalling, and when it comes to most of the special effects in this story, you can tell the budget and the technology just was not there yet, and it's a damn shame. Mostly because this story is actually really good. It has a lot of really interesting points and politics to make. The characters are all absolutely great. The betrayals that happen, that I won't reveal, are really intriguing to watch, and it's a really good send-off to the unit family stuff from the previous 3 seasons. This is the beginning of the end of it. And honestly, it sucks that this story I can only give a 7 out of 10 to, because there's so much good in it, but those dinosaurs are so bad, I can't look past it. Death to the Daleks is the third and final part of what's nicknamed the Third Doctor Daleks trilogy, and honestly, I'd also say this one goes out more with a whimper. Now, the story itself is intriguing, with the Daleks actually having to team up with the Doctor because they can't use their weaponry, but that's also removed pretty early on, as the Daleks just end up using normal guns instead of laser ones, and this is also the story with the infamous Stop Don't Move cliffhanger, which is awkward. There are some positives. Sarah Jane, especially in this story, really starts to come into her own as a companion. The Third Doctor, as always, is absolutely incredible, and a few of the supporting characters do have some good performances, although they're not the most interesting. In all honesty, this story is a massive mixed bag. The sets actually look really good for this season, but overall, I kind of get stuck, so I'm mixed on this one. 5 out of 10. So, when it comes to the Monster of Peladon, I honestly have nothing more to say to it apart from my original The Curse of Peladon review, and just have that again, but not as good because it's already been done before, and instead of it being a 4-parter, this one is a 6. So 2 extra episodes to tell essentially the same story with even less characters and plot than the first time. It's honestly a massive downer since this is like Sarah Jane's main space episode for this season, but yeah, it's a massive disappointment. This is a 4 out of 10. It's very meh. If you've seen The Curse of Peladon, there is no reason to watch this story. And finally for this season, we have Planet of the Spiders, which is honestly a really great send-off, not just to the Third Doctor, but to the Third Doctor's entire era. Jon Pertwee is on top form as per always, Elizabeth Sladen is on top form as per always, the supporting unit cast are on top form as always. Honestly, the only issue I have with this story is the 6-parter is a bit too long, but even so, because of the performances and the amount of references and callbacks to previous stories of the Third Doctor's era, it doesn't feel as long as most 6-parters do. I'd honestly count this as one of the best regeneration stories when it comes to the classic era for one simple fact: the amount of love, care and attention that this story gets for its previous references. The main problem with this is the spiders themselves. They're not the most interesting villains, and honestly, apart from the crystal being from Metebelis 3, there's not really much connection between the spiders and the rest of his era. I feel like they should have done a bit more to connect it properly when it comes to villains. Even so, great story, 8 out of 10. And that's season 11. Probably one of the most mixed bags of the entirety of Jon Pertwee's era, if not his worst, I will state. There's a lot of things to love about season 11, such as Elizabeth Sladen's introduction as Sarah Jane Smith, the Third Doctor's departure, and of course everything to do with the unit family. But it has some kind of weak, repetitive storytelling, not the best villains, some pretty poor special effects at times, and it has definitely dragged it down a little bit for me. I know a lot of people love season 11, and there is nothing wrong with that. I'm glad you enjoy it. But for myself, I have a lot of issues with it. Even so, these are the ratings that I've given to each serial, and if we just swap them round, this is where my rankings would be. Like I said, season 11's a mixed bag, but Jon Pertwee's regeneration does it literally brings a tear to my eye. I really enjoyed his performance as the Doctor. I'm sad that we didn't get any more of the third, but he did last 3 more seasons than most, so let's keep going, shall we? Season 12 of Doctor Who is another soft reboot for the show, with a new Doctor being brought in, a new companion being introduced, one companion staying from the previous season, and the essential fading out of the unit family that defined the Third Doctor's era. One thing to take note of when it comes to season 12 is the amount of recurring and massive monsters in this season. Only 2 stories have an original monster, one of which isn't that original really and just feels like a leftover from the Third Doctor's era, and the other one is actually original. Everything else is recurring villains, some of the biggest ones in fact, and honestly, a lot of people don't like this season because of it, and in my opinion, those people are wrong. But let's get into the episodes first so I can explain my reasoning as to why I adore this season as much as I do. Robot's probably one of the weakest stories of this season. Nothing particularly wrong with it, it just very much feels like what would happen if the new Doctor was put in a situation that the previous Doctor excelled in. And as for that, it works quite well. I also think that Harry is quite an interesting addition to the TARDIS team. Sarah Jane is of course amazing as always, and the unit regulars, it's nice seeing them one last proper time. But when it comes to the rest of Robot, like the plot, it's stuff we've seen before multiple times between seasons 7 and 11. There's so little new to it that, honestly, it's very bog standard. I understand why they did it, since the old production team was heading out. The new production team was basically being trained during this story. So, I understand why they did it. But at the same time, I think something new and original could have really helped this new Doctor. Even if Tom's incredible performance after his regeneration is one of my favourite post-regeneration mental breakdowns. Overall, it's a 7 out of 10. The arc in space is Alien, but made 4 years before Alien, on a much lower budget with a much lesser known cast, and honestly, it's absolutely perfect. This story is a 10 out of 10, I can tell you that off the bat. It's spooky, it's scary. The bubble wrap, yes, is silly to modern day standards, but at the time it wasn't used that much, so most people didn't know what it was and thought it looked really weird. And honestly, even though the bubble wrap is silly, the actors portraying the amount of emotion and horror needed for this story can kind of pull off the bubble wrap, in my opinion. I think this is genuinely one of the best Classic Who stories. It's something I'd highly recommend to people if they prefer the more horror aspects of Classic Who. And yeah, 10 out of 10. Simple as, I love the Warren. End of story. The Sontaran experiment is one of the rare two-parters of Classic Who, and I think it works really well for the format. It's a very simple story, following on from the previous one, The Ark in Space, and it works really well for me. The shortness of the story allows it to be tight and concise. The characters don't need 50 hours to explain everything to the audience. It's simple. It's a Sontaran doing some experiments on some survivors, and then later on, the Doctor, Harry, and Sarah. Honestly, this is a great little story. It's really fun. I love how they recycled some elements from the previous Sontaran story and expanded upon them. We get to learn more about how the Sontarans conduct themselves with these kind of experiments. And yeah, it's a fun little two-parter. It's 45 minutes to 50, same as a modern day episode, and it's paced quite well. Really enjoy this one. It's great. Genesis of the Daleks. I honestly don't even know what to say for this one. It's Genesis of the Daleks. I would go into massive detail about the acting, the performances overall, the level of set design, the amazing writing, the amazing special effects, yada yada yada, the main cast, Davros. But this is Genesis of the Daleks. You know what this is. There's a reason this still tops top 10 lists for Classic Who, still to this day. There's a reason why it's so acclaimed and why even now the show is referencing back to it. It's Genesis of the Daleks. Do yourself a favour, if you've not watched it, just go and watch it. If you don't like the fact it's a 6-parter, there's a 90-minute TV movie edit of it, which is just as good. It doesn't cut that much out, really. Yeah, go watch this. 10 out of 10. It's Genesis of the goddamn Daleks. Revenge of the Cybermen is quite an interesting one to end the season on. This is what most people would say is the worst story of season 12, and I don't overly disagree with them, but I think it's a lot more fun than people give it credit for. Yeah, the Cybermen are very much out of character in this story. They show way too many emotions. The plot of it is very silly. The gold thing is very silly. All the stuff in the caves with just constant explosions is very silly, but I feel like that's the point of this story. It's a ridiculous tale. There's so much cheesy acting, so much over-the-top action, so much over-the-top acting. that I just kind of love it. It's stupid in every aspect that I adore Classic Who for. I can't give it any more than a 7 out of 10 because that would be straight up wrong. But if you want to just stick some on for 90 minutes and turn your brain off and feel very, very entertained with just how over the top everything is, you could do a lot worse than Revenge of the Cybermen. And that's season 12, one of the shortest Classic Who seasons all the way up to season 23, which is when things will start getting much shorter. But honestly, I really love season 12, even Revenge of the Cybermen, which most people do not like. I think you're kind of wrong. It's stupid, it's goofy, give it another shot. But yeah, this season is so incredible. I mean, you can see just from my ratings that are currently on screen how much I love this season. There are just so many 10 out of 10 stories. Like, 2 out of 5 are 10 out of 10s. One of them is an 8, then 2 are 7s. Like, you could do much worse as a season rating. Look at my season 6 one, for example. So, yeah, this is what they look like ranked. Obviously, no shock there. And like I said, I like Robot, it's fun. But I'd honestly say Revenge is more fun because it's just so incredibly stupid. Season 12 is one of my favourite seasons of television overall, and is currently sat at my highest ratings for a season so far. If it ever gets beaten, you'll only have to keep watching to find out, but yeah. Season 12's honestly amazing, I'd highly recommend it to everyone. The collection box set's only like 20 quid at the moment, I think, on Amazon, so give it a go. You may as well. Season 13 continues on from Season 12 and is counted as part of the golden era of classic Doctor Who, and honestly, I agree, as do I think 99% of people who watch Classic Who. You'll see why as I go into the actual ratings and stuff, but the only real difference from this season to the previous one is that Philip Hinchcliffe and Robert Holmes fully took over their roles as script editor and producer, opposite way around. But yeah, the only other thing is Harry's departure at the start of this season, mostly because Terror of the Zygons was meant to be part of season 12. I really wish it was. I think it would have been an amazing conclusion to that season, but hey ho, we can't always live in perfection. Now when it comes to season 13 itself, this is when the show gets much darker tonally. If you look at stories like The Ark in Space and Genesis of the Daleks for their level of tone, that's pretty much going to define these next 2 seasons. And there's definitely room for improvement when it comes to the horror tones of Doctor Who. And these 2 seasons really do solidify how good horror Doctor Who can be. Terror of the Zygons is an honest classic. Despite only appearing in this story, the Zygons became one of the most iconic Classic Who villains of all time. Which, like I said, is so strange. They appear in this one story and that's it. Something I still don't really understand. They've appeared more in the modern era than they have the classic, and that's just insane to me. When it comes to the actual plot itself, it's really entertaining. Kind of silly still, a bit like some parts of season 12, but really starting to show the more darker horror aspects, especially with the lighting throughout this entire story. Harry's great and has a really good send-off. Obviously, Sarah Jane and the Doctor are perfect and really start to solidify the chemistry between Tom Baker and Elizabeth Sladen throughout this story. And yeah, it's honestly great. My only real issue is all the stuff around the Loch Ness Monster. I don't think it really fits into the plot very well, and I also think it looks really silly. But yeah, overall, this is a great start to season 13. And as you'll see from later on, hardly falters. Emphasis on the word hardly falters, because honestly, Planet of Evil is the weak link of this season and the next. I honestly don't hate this story as much as some people do. I'd say it's definitely the weakest out of the entirety of the Hinchcliffe era, but the visuals in this are gorgeous. The way they built the forest and all that in a BBC studio on a BBC budget in the 70s is really impressive, and it looks beautiful. Even the antimatter monster looks quite impressive for the time, but everything else is very bland and generic. The plot itself is one of the most generic This Is a Doctor Who plots of all time. Sarah and Tom are on top form as always, but Yeah, this plot is so drab, and this story drags. I think if this was a 3-parter instead of a 4, it would be much better, but overall, disappointing, but gorgeous visuals. 5 out of 10. Pyramids of Mars is a sum up as to the reason why people love the Hinchcliffe era. It is a horror film that happens to have the Doctor and Sarah Jane in it. That's it. This is a full-on sci-fi horror film, like the kind of stuff that Hammer horror films would make. The acting in this story is incredible. The sets, the costume design, all of it looks way bigger budget than what this production would have actually had. And when it comes to the plot, it's constantly got twists and turns, constantly interesting, constantly intriguing. I honestly cannot flaw this story. There is a reason why Pyramids of Mars is still referenced to this day in Doctor Who. There's a reason it was the one chosen for the Sarah Jane Adventures Seasons 1 to 5 box set to represent the classic era. It's Pyramids of Mars. There's a reason it's so loved. Solid 10 out of 10. I honestly can't fault it. Now for the story that most people would call the weak link of Season 13, and honestly, nah, you're insane. It's Invasion of the Body Snatchers, but with robots in Doctor Who universe. That's just fun. Like, this story is very dumb with the parallel kind of AI robot world thing that's going on in the first 2 episodes. But do you know what? It's Doctor Who. I've seen people call this really stupid. But have you ever watched an episode of Doctor Who? There's a lot of parts which are really stupid and make no sense. This one at least has fun with it. The actual monsters this time look like Shrek on a diet. And I think it's a lot of fun. All the robot stuff is really fun. The cliffhanger with Sarah Jane's face falling off to reveal her as a robot is an iconic one. And I know that's a spoiler, but it's too iconic for people not to already know about it. Yeah, this is fun. It's bad at times, really stupid. But I find this a lot like I do with Revenge of the Cybermen, so it's another 7 out of 10. The Brain of Morbius feels a lot like a spiritual sequel to stuff like The Pyramids of Mars. It's very much a Hammer horror movie disguised as a Doctor Who episode. And yeah, it's iconic for a reason. This story is probably one of the darkest that Classic Who ever goes. It does feel like an actual horror film. Like, if this just had a bit more blood, I could easily see this as being released as an 18 rating back in the day. It's dark, it's eerie. The Sisters of Khan are obviously, nowadays, very iconic. Morbius himself is a full-on Frankenstein's monster creation. Everything about this screams horror and terror, and I love it. My only real problem, in all honesty, is I feel like this should have been the 6-parter of the season, as it does kind of rush to a conclusion in the 4th and final episode. But even still, this is an amazing story, a solid 9 out of 10. Then finally, we have The Seeds of Doom to end off this incredible season. And yep, it's honestly brilliant. Once again, pure Hammer horror level stuff, mostly kind of focusing on an environmental message, similar to the 3rd Doctor's era this time. And yeah, it's great. Sarah and the Doctor are incredible. A lot of the cast in this one, for the supporting actors, are really good in the roles. I love seeing the old unit building before it was a unit building. That's just a really fun little detail. And yeah, this is a great story. I really enjoy it. Its honest main issue is how long it is. Like I said previously, I feel like The Brain of Morbius should have been the 6th part of this season, and The Seeds of Doom kind of proves my point. It's a bit too long, especially episodes 4 and 5, which feel like they're really dragging to get to the finale. But overall, it's still a great story. I just wish the episode lengths with this one and Morbius were swapped over. Still, 8 out of 10, easy. And that's season 13, definitely one of the strongest Doctor Who seasons ever, along with pretty much everything during the Hinchcliffe era, which, yes, I am a Hinchcliffe apologist, please don't hate me. Now, the only real weak point of this season, as you can see from my ratings, is Planet of Evil. I don't hate it as much as normal people do, but it's definitely not the best out there when it comes to plot and how fucking boring it can get. But overall, I'd say the season is very consistent. I even like the goddamn androids. I know it's not the best, but same thing as I said with the side memo, it's turn your brain off fun, and there's nothing wrong with that too. Yeah, this season's great. Honestly, really enjoyable season. I cannot wait until the collection box set comes out because they are holding back on this one for a reason. They cannot wait until they release it and see a massive sales success. There's a reason season 13 is regarded as one of the peak seasons of Doctor Who. And even though I won't say it's the best season overall, it's easily in the top 5, no questions. I once saw on Facebook season 14 described as season 13 the sequel, and in all honesty, that's pretty damn true. This season, as you'll see as we go along, is just more of season 13. In all honesty, you could probably just watch them back to back and think they're the same season, because there are that many similarities when it comes to writing tone and pacing. And when it comes to the success of season 13, I can definitely see and completely agree with their reasoning to just continue doing more of that. Season 14 is also one of my favourite seasons, as I'll get into later on, and it's massively acclaimed from fans as well. Once again, this entire little trilogy from seasons 12 to 14 is known as the Golden Age of Doctor Who for a reason, and I'm inclined to agree. There is, of course, a departure in this season, which we'll get to, don't you worry, but it also introduces one of the best companions when it comes to Classic Who. But enough out of the way, let's get straight into this season. The Mask of Mandragora is honestly the weak point of season 14. It feels very slow and dry at times, just a usual historical without much really in flair. It's honestly kind of disappointing that this is the second to last story with Sarah Jane, because it just feels very generic. There's a lot of feelings similar to this one that I have for Planet of Evil. When it comes to the sets and costumes and stuff, this story is second to none. But when it comes to the actual plot, I feel like I've seen it for the previous 13 seasons over and over again, and by this point, it's gotten very boring and repetitive. The only real interesting part is all the stuff with Elizabeth Sladen as Sarah Jane. She has a really amazing performance throughout this entire story that I don't think people acknowledge enough. And because of that, I have to give this one a 5 out of 10. I know a lot of people would rank it lower, but like I said, I don't think Elizabeth gets enough credit for this story, as she is captivating throughout. Speaking of Elizabeth Sladen's performances, we finally have The Hand of Thea, which is, sadly, her final proper story in Doctor Who. And when it comes to a plot, it's once again very generic, sadly. A lot of The Hand of Thea feels just like a usual Doctor Who episode. There's nothing special, there's nothing unique, it's just generic Doctor Who plot. Now, Eldrad is a pretty cool villain. I like how they constantly evolve and change throughout the course of the story and throughout different parts of the episodes. But apart from that, this is a relatively decent, if not great, story until the final 5 minutes. Sarah Jane's departure honestly always makes me a little bit teary-eyed. The performances between both her and Tom Baker are incredible. You can feel how sad both the actors actually are that this is the end, but they had so much fun together in the previous 2 seasons and these 2 little serials that it's all worth it. And yeah, this story's good. I'd have to give it a 7 out of 10, but I wish it was better for Sarah Jane's finale. The Deadly Assassin's very unique for Classic Who, as it's the only story to have no companions at all and just focus on the Doctor. Honestly, I wish they did it more. This episode is one of the best Doctor Who stories of all time. The only gripe I have is how quickly all of the Gallifreyan Council is to immediately accuse the Doctor without properly checking on anything. But even so, that kind of falls in line with them. I just think it's a little bit convoluted to get to the plot. But as a plot, it's perfect. All the stuff with the Master, all the stuff with the Matrix, all the power dynamics. Barusek is one of my favourite classic era characters of all time. Tom is giving a solid 11 out of 10 performance throughout the entire story. This story goes to horrifically dark places. It launched a massive campaign of complaints due to how violent it even got with the Doctor. Yeah, this is a solid 9 out of 10. I just wish we didn't have a bit of a convoluted beginning to get to the amazing rest of the story. The Face of Evil would have been the greatest 3-part story of all time when it comes to Classic Who. But it's a 4-parter, and it's really slow at times. Now, this story introduces one of my favourite companions with Leela, as she is genuinely perfect, and Louise Jameson could not have been better casting for the role. I really love her as a companion. I really love her entire style, her character, and even though they didn't get along off screen, her chemistry with Tom Baker on screen is honestly really good. My issue with this is the same issue that I have with Elizabeth Sladen's final story. I wish it was better for these characters and for these actresses. This story is kind of generic. There's some cool elements going on about the Doctor's influence on stuff in the future and how much they can impact things. But I don't think the story goes enough into it to actually make it interesting enough. But still, this is a really good introduction for Leela, a solid 7 out of 10. The Robots of Death is one of the funniest, darkest at times, most entertaining murder mystery things I've ever seen. Never mind the fact it's a Doctor Who story. Just in general, The Robots of Death is incredible. The levels of comedy at times, the silliness it can get to, completely juxtaposed with how dark, brutal and violent this story gets, is a massive, massive welcome shift throughout this. I honestly love The Robots of Death. I know a lot of people have started to dislike it in recent years, and I don't understand why. This is a 10 out of 10 story. Everything about this is perfect. The only minor issue I can find is some of the blue screening is a bit dodgy. But this is also the 1970s. If you're expecting perfect CG from a BBC budget, you're watching the wrong show. Watch The Robots of Death now. Genuinely, it's such a fun time. The Talons of Wen Cheyenne is honestly one of the greatestly written pieces of media I've ever seen. Everything about it is flawless. The characters, the cause and effect, all of it. The plotline is perfection. I don't know how it was done so perfectly, but it was. And when it comes to the acting of the main two, absolutely incredible, cannot fault them even slightly. When it comes to Jaco and Lightfoot, absolutely perfect, cannot fault them slightly. But I cannot deny the level of racism in this episode. And honestly, it drags this serial down massively for me. I understand some people try and say it's 1970s, it was acceptable then, but in all honesty, it wasn't by the 70s. A lot of stuff had started to say this isn't acceptable anymore. The fact this still exists then was shocking, and yeah, you can excuse the yellow face if you want to, but you can't excuse the voice. It drags down this story to an 8 out of 10, which should be a solid 10 out of 10. But yeah, there's too much racism, I'm sorry. And that's season 14. Honestly, a very good season overall, minus some interesting repetitive storytelling and some curious levels of racism in the final story. I honestly think that overall, Philip Hinchcliffe went out on a bang with his final season. I wish a couple of the stories were a bit more new and fresh, and obviously no racist shit in the final one. But he really should be proud of the 3 seasons that he did. They are some of the best in Classic Who, and honestly some of the best in Doctor Who in general. This is what I'd give each story as my ratings. As you can see, I'm not the biggest fan of the first one, and second one and the fourth one are a bit better, but oh, that third and fucking 5th episode, I absolutely love The Robots of Death. And even though the Talons of Wang Chan have some of the worst racism I've ever seen when it comes to television, that storytelling is so perfect. It's Doctor Who meets Sherlock Holmes. What's not to love? Apart from, yellow face. Overall, though, this season, as you can see from my rankings, it's really good. Robots of Death #1, no question there. And it's, like I said, a really good way for the Hinchcliffe era to roll off. I'm sad he didn't stay for season 15, but I'm at least glad that Robert Holmes stayed for the first 3/4 stories of season 15, as you'll see, My opinions on the next season are a bit more mixed than these last three. Season 15 was definitely part of a tumultuous time when it comes to Classic Who. Showrunners had been swapped over, cast was starting to become a little bit unhappy, especially when it comes to Louise Jameson, and overall the tone of the show after the very dark and horror-themed last two seasons was about to be drastically shifted by the BBC. This season honestly feels like a transitionary season between the much darker seasons 12 to 14 and the much lighter seasons 16 to 18, but as you'll see, I don't think the shift is exactly for the show's best interest overall. Now, season 15 is very much derided or just forgotten by a lot of people who like Doctor Who. I would disagree with that. I'd say this season definitely has some really strong points that I'll get into, but also has some very weak points too. I don't think this season should be as forgotten as it is as the weird little middle child in the Tom Baker era, but I don't exactly disagree that it's probably one of the weirdest ones when it comes to quality, as you'll see. The horror of Fang Rock is such a leftover from the previous two seasons. It's pure hammer horror once again, and it's honestly an amazing way to kind of wrap up what Hinchcliffe did with seasons 12 to 14. I love the horror of Fang Rock. It's so dark, it's so brutal, it's so disturbing and genuinely kind of creepy at times. I have no idea how this passed the BBC's new quality control when it comes to violence on television, because this is probably more violent than most of the stuff on the previous two seasons. But I love it. Louise Jameson is perfect, and she can finally get rid of those contact lenses so she can show her natural eye colour, because, yeah, that was weirdly a thing in season 14. Tom Baker's on complete top form, and I loved the fact we were finally able to see what the Sontarans' greatest enemies, the Rootans, actually looked like. This is a solid 10 out of 10. I cannot find a flaw in it. It's perfect. For a lot of fans, The Invisible Enemy is when the show started to go downhill into a more kid-friendly direction, and I can definitely see that. This is essentially Fantastic Voyage, but done with Doctor Who, and with a robot dog. But I really like The Invisible Enemy. I think it's entertaining. It's really silly, and reminds me a lot of Revenge of the Cybermen and the Android Invasion, but I like both those stories, and this feels like both of those style of stories, with the silliness ramped up to 11, but with a much more interesting plot, and, in all honesty, much better acting. And this introduces K9. What's not to love there? Yes, the monster itself for the virus looks very silly, but once again, this is Classic Who. Every monster looks silly. One of the most acclaimed stories of all time is Bubble Wrap. I mean, come on. It's not that bad, guys. This is honestly an 8 out of 10 for me, which I know is probably going to annoy some people, but I really like The Invisible Enemy. Image of a Fandal feels like the true grand finale when it comes to the horror elements of Classic Who by this point. It's a really good send-off to the genre. This is something that was apparently already commissioned by Holmes way before all the shifts for this season happened, and I'm really glad it stayed. Image of the Fandal is dark, it's brutal, it's disturbing, and honestly, this would be a solid 10 out of 10 if it wasn't for the Fendalines. The moment someone pointed out that it's just a bad version of like a Triffid mixed with a dildo, I cannot look at them any other way apart from that now. And it's really ruined parts of the story for me. Overall though, I'd still say this is an 8 out of 10. It's so entertaining, it's so dark, it's so fun, it's so Tom Baker's early Doctor Who era, wrapped up in a nice little finale bow. I'm really happy this is how Robert Holmes went out as script editor. And yeah, like I said, 8 out of 10. Speaking of Robert Holmes, this is the transitionary story between script editors. So from what I can tell, Holmes did do some editing for his own writing for the Sunmakers, but it was mostly done by brand new script editor Anthony Reid. And yeah, this is a really good ending for Holmes' career. Well, for what we thought was Holmes' career with Doctor Who. It's a really interesting story. There's still a lot of dark elements in it, but it has been lightened for this new era. I really like how this is essentially Robert Holmes got really mad that he had to pay his taxes, so he wrote an entire Doctor Who serial to say screw you to the tax man. It's funny, it's silly at times. Leela gets a ton to do in this story and is such a good character throughout. The Doctor's on top form, which, to be honest, Tom Baker had kind of been waning in the past 2 stories, so it's really nice to see him kicking ass again. Yeah, this is an 8 out of 10, really fun, amazing ending to Robert Holmes. Underworld is where the new era of Tom Baker's Doctor really starts to lose me. Now, I wouldn't actually say this story is as bad as most people do. A lot of people have issues with the blue screen and the CFO and all that stuff. I don't mind it at times. I think it does look bad, don't get me wrong. But you have to take into consideration the year that this was made and for the budget it was made on. It could have looked worse. I mean, look at Invasion of the Dinosaurs. This story could have looked much worse. Even so, the plot is relatively generic, but does have some interesting tie-ins to Gallifrey and Time Lord Society, which I do really like. The Doctor's really good in this. I liked seeing K9 actually doing something properly this season, since he'd mostly been sidelined for the previous 2 stories, despite just being added as a companion. And yeah, this story is not as bad as people say, but it's not exactly great. I'd say it's decent overall, though. Now for a story that not many people like, and I honestly really do agree. Invasion of Time is one of the worst finales of Classic Who. It feels very dry, it feels very empty. I like the introductory 2 episodes with the Doctor acting really dark and weird, and Leela having no idea what's going on, but it all starts to fall apart. The story is way too long. It feels like 2 completely different plots that were stapled together at the last minute to get a 6-parter. The Sontarans come out of absolutely nowhere at the end of episode 4. The entire TARDIS set being what's obviously a disused hospital is really silly. And a lot of the Time Lord mythology stuff in this story, it is interesting, but it's stuff that we'd explored literally the previous year with A Deadly Assassin. Leela's departure is also really anticlimactic and honestly kind of sexist. It's just kind of disappointing this is how the new era properly starts, because yeah, it's not great, it's a 4 out of 10. Honestly, when it comes to season 15, my interest in it drops off the moment Robert Holmes leaves the show. Now, he does come back later on down the line, but you can feel his presence end during this season, and the last 2 stories are quite disappointing to me, especially the finale. I know in recent years the Invasion of Time has started to gain a fan base, and honestly, I'm very happy for them. I'm glad they enjoy it. I wish I could too. But yeah, season 15 feels like 2 completely different creative teams just constantly butting heads. Not sure which parts to keep, not sure which parts to get rid of. They just know they want a tonal change and will force it through no matter what. I mean, you can literally see from my ratings exactly where I think the season falls apart. And even when I change it to my rankings, as you can see, really not different. It's honestly a shame that this is how Holmes' final season went, and I wish Hinchcliffe stayed for this season. I think it would have fixed many of the issues, especially when it comes to the tone and the dryness of the last 2 stories, but well. I honestly will say there's much worse seasons. I don't think season 15 should be as hated as it is because, oh boy, I'm prepared to be controversial with my thoughts on the next season, don't you worry. Season 16 of Doctor Who was quite a strong tonal shift from all the previous seasons of the show. Not only did we have brand new creatives who were fully implemented at the end of season 15, we also had a brand new companion and a brand new way of telling the story of Doctor Who. For the first time in the show's history, all of the episodes are fully interconnected. Season 12 had a loose running plot thread throughout, but this is the first time Doctor Who had an actual season arc. I honestly love the idea of the season arc, and I'm a big fan of the key to time concept, but as you'll see, my opinions of this season aren't very great. I know a lot of people love this season, and I am really sorry that I'm about to completely tear it apart, but As you'll see, I think my grievances are justified. The Ribos operation is kind of a weird one to me. It's written by former series editor Robert Holmes, as I've mentioned a lot throughout this video, and it just feels off. There's something about this story to me that just doesn't feel complete. It feels like what it was, essentially, a script written by Holmes, which wasn't the best to begin with, and then rewritten by the script editor in order to fit this new series narrative, and it's not great. It's a medieval sci-fi one, but it feels off. I honestly struggle to describe what it is about this story, but every single time I think about it, I have to Google it and look at images to remind myself what actually happens. There's nothing here to remember. I love the intro with Romana and all the stuff with the White and Black Guardians. That stuff's really cool. But overall, I'd say this is a massively forgettable story, so it's a 4 out of 10. Now for something which is definitely a massive improvement in my opinion, The Pirate Planet is a lot more entertaining. This story is very fast-paced, which is both a positive and a negative. Some things feel really rushed and like they didn't really get expanded on enough, but nothing ever feels boring, I will state. All the stuff with the pirates are hilarious. I love the concept of a pirate planet. That's really cool, the way that it teleports around, and I won't spoil it, but the twist is pretty interesting. Romana and the Doctor are really good throughout this entire story. Some of the effects are a bit dodgy, but this is classic Who, what's to be expected. And the overall plot is really fun. My main issue with this is the same issue I had with the previous one with the Key to Time stuff. It feels like it was written in at the last minute to a story which didn't really connect enough with it. As well as the cheesiness of this story can hit 11 a few times, which is a bit too much for me. But overall, I'd say this is a good story and honestly the best of this season, just a heads up. The Stones of Blood is one of those Marmite stories. People online either absolutely love it and will defend it to high heaven, and some people really don't like it and detest it. I'm honestly on the detest side for this one. I don't mind the first 2 episodes, even though the Stones themselves are some of the weakest and most unthreatening horror-y villains I've ever seen. I love the old lady, by the way. She is great. I wish she was added as a companion. But then the second half happens and it suddenly turns into a comedic courtroom drama, and the tonal shift is complete whiplash. This is the first story I'd say actually fits into the Key to Time stuff. It doesn't feel like it was just added into random lines of dialogue, but that tonal shift is so aggressive. It feels like 2 completely different stories that were shoved together at the last minute, and it's an absolute writing mess. Nothing in the story really makes sense. Yeah, this story is bad, I'm sorry. It's a 3 out of 10. The Androids of Tara is a weird one. I'm never the biggest fan of historical stories when it comes to medieval times. I think medieval, especially in Classic Who, is overly played out. I mean, it was literally done at the start of this season with a medieval-styled thing. But for some reason, the Androids of Tara kind of works for me. I love all the androidy stuff, all the constant betrayals that aren't actually betrayals because everyone's a robot and all that stuff. It's fun and entertaining. It really does shine a light on this season overall. My main issue is how slow this story can get at times. Tom Baker looks bored, which is weird, because in the rest of the stories of this season, even the ones I don't like, he feels very energetic, whilst a lot of the time in The Androids of Tara, he just doesn't seem to care. I'm not sure if he didn't like the script, or if he just me not thinking properly, but so it feels off about Baker throughout. I'd still say this is a good story and a solid 7 out of 10. I just wish something is missing. I want to know what it is. The Power of Krull is Holmes' second script for this season, and is the first kaiju script when it comes to Doctor Who, and Krull is the biggest monster at the time that this season was made. Oh, that's really cool. I also really like the Jolly Green Giants throughout the story. They don't look silly at all. This story gets a lot of flack for bad special effects, especially when it comes to Crawl itself, as well as how generic the story is, and I'll definitely agree that this story is relatively genetic. Once again, it's a tribal cult who worship some kind of deity, very similar to many other stories in classic Who, whilst at the same time, there's properly sci-fi people doing their own shtick, and the two don't like each other. See the mutants for more info. But I honestly disagree when it comes to the special effects. As a big fan of the Godzilla franchise, trust me, there is much worse kaiju effects than Crawl. The story overall is fine. I'd give this a solid 6 out of 10, mostly for the kaiju-y stuff that I enjoy, but yeah, still not great, another disappointing one from Holmes. And speaking of disappointing stories, the Armageddon Factor. All honesty, this 6-parter should be a 4. It drags so aggressively throughout almost the entirety of the story. I can't believe this was written by Bob Baker. I don't get how he wrote this. This story is honestly a mess and feels very similar to the previous season's The Invasion of Time, where the first 4 episodes feel mostly like its own story, and then the last 2 are also their own story, but more of a sequel to the previous one. It's another mess. Honestly, this story is only better than The Invasion of Time and is not being given a 4 out of 10, completely because of Drax and Tom Baker's acting. They're both incredible. I also love Romana throughout it. It's fun, it's silly. Lala Ward's introduced in this story, which is also a nice thing, but overall, this story can drag. Like I said, if it wasn't for Drax, this story would be a 4 out of 10, so I guess I'll give it a 5. And that's season 16 of the Key to Time season of Doctor Who. I don't like it, as you can probably tell. I don't despise this season. It's definitely not my least favourite Doctor Who season, although it's definitely in my bottom 5. I think the main issue with this season is how bland the stories feel. There's not much unique about any of them. The most unique stuff is the giant kaiju storyline, which still isn't the best, and the androidy stuff, which once again still isn't the best. The Pirate Planet, which is a cool concept, but the pacing of that one's a bit off. Nothing about this season feels right to me. I understand that it might just be I don't like the production team for this season, with Andrew Reid taking over as script editor. I don't think he's as good or talented as Holmes, no offence to him, and Graham Williams is probably one of my least favourite Doctor Who producers, so maybe it's just a culmination of all that. But as you can see from my actual ratings of the episode, nothing even breaks an 8 out of 10. I know people love this season, I am really sorry to those people for this, but even when I change them over to my rankings, yeah, this season, it's not one of my favourites. I wish I liked it more, because I love the concept of the Key to Time, but overall, this is one of the most disappointing seasons of Classic Who for me, and it's only marginally improved upon with the next. Emphasis on the marginally. Season 17 is another important time in Doctor Who history, as it's yet another tonal shift, only 2 years after the previous one. Now, seasons 15 and 16 were definitely lighter than the previous 3, but were still a bit bland in my opinion, and season 17 tried to fix that by adding a ridiculous amount of comedy throughout it. It's something which has caused controversy as well when it comes to Doctor Who fans about if this season's loved or hated. I'm kind of in the middle, as you'll see as we go along. I think in some stories it works really well, in some others it doesn't so much. This season also introduces Lila Ward as Romana too, mostly due to her previous Romana actress just not wanting to do another one, which, you know, fair enough. Anthony Reid also has stepped down as script editor to be replaced by the absolute legend that is the incredible Douglas Adams. Yes, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy Douglas Adams. So let's see how he does and get into this season properly. Destiny of the Daleks is honestly not the best start to this season, and it kind of sucks that this is one of the most watched Doctor Who stories of all time. My main issue when it comes to Destiny of the Daleks is how bad some of her writing is. Now, it's weird that this is Terry Nation's final proper Doctor Who script, because it's an absolute mess, something which was massively rewritten by Douglas Adams, because it just didn't work, and I don't think Adams understood the Daleks enough. When it comes to the comedy, this is honestly one of the funniest Doctor Who stories of all time. I find it hilarious. I quote so many of the jokes throughout it. But when it comes to the effects of the Daleks themselves that are obviously falling apart, Davros, who is obviously falling apart, the script itself, which is literally falling apart, and how generic it is as a Dalek story, all that kind of sucks. But Lalla Ward's amazing as Romana, and like I said, this story is so funny, so it's a mixed bag, 5 out of 10. City of Death has always been counted as that standout story of the entirety of the Williams era, and I agree. City of Death is probably one of the best written Doctor Who stories for quite a while. It's interesting, it's intriguing, there's a lot of plot twists, all the stuff being shot in Paris is beautiful. Lalla Ward and Tom Baker are absolutely perfect in this story. The amount of chemistry they both have with each other is incredible. I love the detective. I wish he got added as a companion, as like a classic Who version of River Song, because he just likes to shoot everything and is absolutely just bland with all of his deliveries, but in the best kind of way, in that kind of silly detective blandness. Yeah, City of Death is an absolute classic. My only issue, in all honesty, is that I feel like the ending was ridiculously rushed and came straight out of nowhere in the final couple of minutes. It's a shame, but overall, 9 out of 10. Incredible story. Creature from the Pit, from what I've seen online, is also a Marmite story, mostly down to the design of the creature from the pit. Now, I actually kind of like this story. I think it's good, it's fun, it's a bit silly. I don't mind the design of the creature from the pit because it looks like Camille from Red Dwarf, and, you know, if anyone wants to see me watch and rank all the Red Dwarfs, I'm fine doing that because I bloody love that show. And when it comes to the villain, she's so silly, she's so over the top. She honestly feels like a female version of Brian Blessed with all of her deliveries. But yeah, it's fun, it's stupid, it's silly. I honestly count this same as I do with stuff like Revenge of the Cybermen, as you've seen from earlier. I think it's fun, but it's not great. It's stupid, it's silly. I'd give this story a 7 out of 10. It's fun, but it's very dumb. And now we're on to Nightmare of Eden, which has got one of the most interesting plots I've seen Doctor Who attempt for a while, which it does partially succeed in, but this is one of the stories where the comedy does not work. This story feels like it should be very dark, very serious, very Doctor Who melodramatic, but the levels of ridiculous comedy that comes out of nowhere in what's obviously a dark, disturbing, almost horror-y script just doesn't work. The mandrills are meant to be terrifying from the way they're shot and described, but they look ridiculous. There's moments where like people are taken away and it should be horrific and terrifying, but then they're doing weird little screams, like the doctor shouting, "My leg, no, It just feels like this story shouldn't have been, well, Douglas Adams. It's kind of a mess overall for its tone, and because of that, I can only give it a 5 out of 10, even if it is sort of entertaining. So, Nightmare of Eden 2 Electric Boogaloo, also known as The Horns of Nimon, is almost the same story as the previous one, but with a couple of minor differences, and the stories were released back to back. Oh no. This story has the exact same problems that I have with Nightmare on Eden. It feels like it should be terrifying, it should be horror-y, that's the vibe that the script has, but it adds a ton of silly over-the-top comedy throughout the entirety of it. And sometimes I'd honestly say, when it comes to the comedy, this one works better than Eden does, but it does just feel like Nightmare of Eden, but rewritten into something slightly different. It feels like Nightmare on Eden is like draft 1 of a script, whilst Horns of Nimon is draft 3 of the same script. They're too similar. And I don't think enough people acknowledge how ridiculously similar they are. And since this is technically the season finale, it's disappointing. But it still has entertainment value, so I guess I'll give it a 5 out of 10. Sorta is part of season 17. I know some people would disagree and say that it shouldn't be counted since it was never finished, but it was originally written for season 17, it's now been finished due to the animations, it's part of the season 17 box set. This is part of season 17 and I'm including it. Tough shit. I honestly really like Sorta. I think it's so intriguing. I think this is where Douglas Adams' comedy works the best, and it sucks it was never properly made at the time. A lot of the comedy in this is dark comedy, but with that hint of Douglas Adams' silliness. The acting throughout is incredible. Tom Baker is on complete top form, even during what are essentially early versions of what shouldn't have been final scenes in the original cut. It's really cool to see. I love Skarsgård. He's one of the silliest but campest, funnest villains in Doctor Who history. I think the animation, I do just need to mention, is pretty damn good. Overall, this is a great story. I'm sad it was never properly made as the finale to season 17. But as far as it goes for Douglas Adams' little contribution to Doctor Who, this is a great way to go out. It's an 8 out of 10. And that's season 17. Quite a mixed bag. I mean, you can see my ratings here. How much for number 5 pops up throughout this season. It's honestly kind of a shame. I'd say it's still an improvement over season 16 overall, but you can feel just how much this show has kind of lost where it wants to be. Is it silly or is it dark? It's unknown. You can't really mix the two well enough. I mean, the Horns of Nymon proves that. And when we change it over to the rankings, the best ones this season are the ones that tone down the comedy, in my opinion. Like, City of Death tones down a lot of the comedic levels. It still has a good couple of jokes. Same with Sorta, which perfects the joke to darkness level. And even Creature from the Pit has its jokes, which are really stupid and silly. And that one works as just stupid and silly. But when they try to mix them way too much, like in the other 3 stories, it just doesn't work for me. I think it's one of the problems of season 17. They wanted to stay dark-ish and proper true sci-fi, like the past 5 seasons of Tom Baker, but they also want to add a ton of silliness, and because of it, the scripts can just feel like an absolute mess. It has an absolute gems in this season. City of Death and Sorta are brilliant, but overall, it's quite disappointing. But I do wish that Douglas Adams was given a second chance, and honestly, I wish that Graham Williams was given a second chance, because we're about to go through a very aggressive reboot. Season 18 has massively similar vibes to season 15. This is a transition season into what's kind of like the final era of Doctor Who for the rest of the 80s. Since this season has so many differences, I'll try and list them as quick as I can. Romana and K9 both leave, Tom Baker departs as the Doctor to be replaced by Peter Davidson. We have 3 new companions being introduced with Adric, Tegan and Nyssa, as well as probably one of the most controversial people when it comes to Doctor Who taking over from Graham Williams with John Nathan Turner, or J&T. Now, this season is kind of messy because they try to make it much darker, but still focus on enough light to not get controversial. It kind of delves into darker sci-fi stuff, you know, more full-on sci-fi compared to sci-fi comedy, sci-fi horror, blah blah blah. It feels more like a sci-fi show than it had ever done before, and hard sci-fi at that. I think it works out sometimes, but doesn't others, but as you'll see, let's get into that. The Leisure Hive is honestly a really good introduction to this new era with its new tone. The sci-fi in this story feels much harder leaning. The outfit for Tom Baker is definitely my least favourite of all his outfits with the Pierre Burgundy, but you can feel the kind of tone they're going for. Lila Ward is great as always. Tom Baker is honestly not very good in this serial. He looks constantly fed up and angry due to behind the scenes issues. And K9 is essentially killed off throughout this season. So yeah, the Leisure Hive is definitely interesting. I like the plot when it comes to stuff like the pharmacy and all that really cool stuff when it comes to politics, life, death, all that fun stuff. But overall, the Leisure Hive is a good introduction to this new era, but it's not great, so 7 out of 10. When it comes to tones and stuff, Meglos feels like a carbon copy of the Leisure Hive. Even though they have very different plots, thank God, they feel very similar in a strange way. It's difficult to describe, but when it comes to the tone of Doctor Who, each episode and storyline has to feel unique. Even if it's not, you'll be able to get it with the different tones through different directors. Meglos and the Leisure Hive, even though they've got completely different writers and directors, feel like a very long version of the same episode, just with very different plots. It's honestly strange. I do like the design of Meglos. I think it's basically silly to have an alien cactus, but in the best kind of Doctor Who way. It's also really nice to see Barbara's actress come back from the first Doctor's era. But yeah, Meglos is more interesting to look at than to properly experience. Even so, I'd probably give it a 6 out of 10. Full Circle is the first of what's known as the E-Space trilogy, and it's honestly when I'd say that this new version of Doctor Who starts to work for me. It feels very dark, but not horror. It's strange. I honestly really like how they've done the tone for this one. It feels more like a thriller compared to a horror film. Adric, despite being one of the most hated Classic Who companions, I think gets an amazing introduction in this story. I immediately quite like him and feel almost like I want to protect him as an audience member, which is something that sadly doesn't last. But overall, I'd say this is honestly great. This shows what the new era needs to be. Tom Baker seems to be much happier in this story as well. Lila Ward is also doing a great performance throughout. And yeah, I'd say the start of the E-Space trilogy is really good. It's a great story. 8 out of 10. The monsters are really cool too. State of Decay is one of those stories that was stuck in production hell. It was originally given for season 15 until it was pushed back due to stuff with BBC's version of Dracula. But I really think it works perfectly for this season, especially for this little E-Space trilogy. All the stuff with the vampires and the ancient vampires going to war with all of the Time Lords and stuff is honestly amazing. And the tone of this story feels off in the best kind of way, in the kind of stuff that you'd want for a parallel universe-styled storytelling. I love all the stuff to do with the crew of the original ship, which I won't get into details with. The vampire stuff is awesome. This feels very much like a season 12 to 14 story. Adric is great throughout, and his little naivety is kind of sweet at this point in time. And even though this is the episode where Tom Baker and Lila Ward were very angry at each other, I think it works because it feels like the characters are annoyed at each other for being stuck in this scenario. So, to me, all of this works perfectly. I can't find a flaw in State of Decay, so I'd have to give it a 10 out of 10. Warrior's Gate is the finale to the E-Space trilogy, and I'd say it's kind of a whimper compared to a bang. I like the concept of what they're trying to do with the story. It's very high concept sci-fi, which a lot of the time I enjoy. But with this one, it just feels a bit messy. The idea of slave masters turning into slaves and slaves turning into slave masters is interesting and stuff, but it just makes me dislike all of the characters, knowing that no matter what, these people will be horrible to each other and to everyone else, including their own race and stuff. All of the characters, apart from the main group, are detestable people. Both the, lion people and the humans. I don't like any of these people, so why should I care about their problems? I think the effects in this story are also really trippy and I don't like them. I get why they had to do them due to the budget and the effects capabilities at the time, but yeah, I'd say overall this is disappointing. and Romana and K9's exit is so underwritten. But I like for what they're trying to do, so I guess I'll give him a 4 out of 10. The Keeper of Traken is honestly quite a generic story when it comes to Doctor Who. The only real interesting part is all the stuff with the Master and with Nyssa. Everything else feels very generic medieval society in a sci-fi future level stuff that we've seen countless times by this point in Doctor Who. Honestly, the first 3 episodes of this are boring. The only positives is the building relationship between Adric and the Doctor and the introduction of Nyssa, who becomes one of the most companions of all time. And no, I didn't miss a word before companions are. I honestly think it's a shame that this is Tom Baker's second to final story and the introduction of a long-term companion, but hey, it brings back the Master and has Anthony Ainley doing his really good version of the Master in the final couple of minutes, and honestly, his performance as Nyssa's dad is also really sweet. I'd give this story a 6 out of 10. It's decent, but better stuff is definitely on the way. And finally, for the 7-season run for Tom Baker, we have Logopolis introducing one of the best companions of all time with Tegan. Now, this is Tom Baker's final story, so I'll just quickly mention all 3 companions in this one are great, even Nyssa, which is rare. The Master is also on top form of Anthony Ainley's silly, over-the-top performance, which is really entertaining in my opinion. And yeah, this is Tom's story. Everything about this, every single shot Tom Baker's in, you can feel how solemn, but almost excited he is throughout the entirety of it. Logopolis also has a very interesting plot when it comes to how the universe in Doctor Who works. I love all the stuff with the split realities happening, how time is bleeding in on itself. It's really cool, and the Doctor Master team-up is really fun. And Tom's final line and his performance, perfection. I wish the story was a bit better written, but yeah, this is a great finale. 8 out of 10. And that's season 18. I definitely prefer it to the previous 2 seasons, but it's definitely not perfect. As you can see from my ratings for this season, a lot of them are kind of in the middle ground between 6 and 7, with a 4 and a 10 kind of shoved in there. It's not perfect. I'd still say this is a massive improvement on the previous 2 seasons, but it feels a bit bland. I don't think this season is as bad as a lot of people say, and I also wouldn't say that Tom Baker and Lila Ward's arguments on set really affected the stories in a negative way. I'd honestly say that they kind of made State of Decay even better in a way. But yeah, this season is an interesting, if not perfect, start to this new era throughout the rest of the 80s, and as you'll see from the rest of the 80s, it honestly does sum up the rest of the run of Doctor Who pretty damn well. Interesting, but not perfect. And I'll just change them over to my rankings now before I forget. And yeah, I'd say that's pretty solid. State of Decay is really, really good, and I think a lot of people are sleeping on how good this story is. But there's definitely some duds, and Warrior's Gate is that dud. But with Tom Baker gone and Peter Davison taking over as the role of the Doctor, things are about to get a lot more weird. To me, season 19 feels like the true start of the 80s when it comes to Doctor Who, as it has a vibe that I don't think season 18 has yet. A lot of stuff to do with season 19 feels very fresh, be it the 3 relatively new companions, the kind of storytelling that's done, and of course, a new younger Doctor. Season 19 is also when I think John Nathan Turner really starts to come into what he wants to do for the show. The harder sci-fi from season 18 is still there, but there's also more of a sense of adventure throughout season 19 that hasn't really been in the show since the first Doctor's era, and definitely helps with some of the stories. Castrovel was the first story of this new proper era, and honestly, I'd say it's pretty good. Visually, it's quite impressive, especially for the time it was made, and Peter Davison pretty quickly fits into the role of the Doctor. I really like his little mental breakdown, his usual regeneration meltdown that most of the Doctors have. and he's quite entertaining in the role. I think as well, Tegan and Nyssa have pretty decent moments if they are slightly sidelined more for Adric as a companion. Still, all the stuff with the Master is just a repeat of the previous 2 episodes. It's kind of its own trilogy, and I wouldn't really say it works overall. It just feels like every single story they just kind of put the Master into, and even though it's a good direct sequel to Regopolis, it still feels very much like, oh, and the Master was there. Still, good start, 7 out of 10. Sorta Doomsday is one of those stories that's kind of forgotten, and honestly I don't think that's overly fair to it. It's definitely not one of the most memorable stories of all time, but it brings a lot of uniqueness with the characters, the robot people, and honestly Peter Davison really is good in this story. It also gives a lot more stuff for Tegan and Nyssa to do, especially when it comes to Tegan, because Nyssa's very much sidelined in this story as well, something which sadly will start to become a very recurring theme. Even so, I think Sorta Doomsday is good. It's not perfect, it still feels very, very early, and since it was the first one that they filmed, Davison, as good as he is, does feel a bit off at times, but I still like it. Another 7 out of 10. Kinder is where most people start to grow and like the Fifth Doctor. I like this story, but I don't love it as much as other people do. The sets and all the stuff in the forest are really good. I like the guy having a mental breakdown. I think Davison's really good. But Nyssa being written out because the original story only had 2 companions. All the stuff with Adric is starting to get really irritating as a companion. Before I found him endearing. And honestly, it was with Kinder when he started to really pissing me off. And yeah, I think it's good. I think it's really well made. I love all the stuff with Tegan. All the stuff with Amara is really cool. I love the Kinder themselves as people in this little society. But I don't know, something about this story just feels unfinished to me, and it always has. I'd still give it a 7 out of 10 though. The Awakening is definitely where I start to like the Fifth Doctor's era. It just feels like a really good pseudo-historical, something that, honestly, I could see this being made nowadays from the modern era, and it wouldn't feel out of place at all. The monsters in this one have got a really cool design that look quite good for the year they were made. I think Peter Davison is on complete top form throughout this entire story, and it's the one where I think the Doctor fully clicks in his head. Nyssa's able to actually do stuff here, which I always appreciate. Tegan and Adric don't get as much to do, and Adric is really bloody annoying in this one. But overall, I'd say this is really good. I like the crazy pirate man throughout the story. The stuff with the Sonic is really good. And the ending for this story has such a good little hook. This is really, honestly, one of my favourite Fifth Doctor stories. And yeah, this is a solid 9 out of 10, easy for me. Black Orchid is definitely a strange one. It's a 2-part story, which is already rare for the classic era, as well as it being a pure historical, something we'd not seen since season 4 of the show, all the way back with Patrick Troughton's first era. And I kind of like it. I don't know, something about it just feels really fun and good to me. I think the 2-part format, with it only being 50 minutes long, really does help this story. It's a murder mystery. All of the cast look like they're having a ton of fun. The sets in it is gorgeous. All the costumes are absolutely amazing. The 1920s aesthetic is fit perfectly. And like I said, it works for me. I understand why some people don't like it because it is very strange. But it was quite a nice turn of pace for it to not have any real sci-fi elements. I just really enjoyed it. I thought it was honestly great. A nice little 50-minute story. So, 8 out of 10. Earthshock is one of those stories. The ones whenever someone talks about Doctor Who and what they'd put in some of their top 10s. I think Earthshock is really, really good with a not very good first episode. Don't get me wrong. I don't think the first episode is bad, but it is quite slow. Most of the characters that it spends the entire runtime introducing us to do not matter. And overall, I think most of it could have been cut from the final version and it would have massively improved the story. Even so, the rest of Earthshock, parts 2 to 4, are perfection when it comes to Doctor Who in general. All the stuff is absolutely incredible. Adric's irritatingness that had grown throughout season 19 finally comes to a head. Peter Davidson is so damn good. I love Tegan in this one. This is a story that made her one of my favourite companions of all time. And Nyssa is also there. Honestly though, Earthshock is brilliant. Go watch it on Tales from the TARDIS. It's an 8 out of 10. Time Flight's definitely not got a good reputation, and in all honesty, I kind of agree. I wouldn't say it's as bad as some people state, but I'd also state that there's a reason it has the reputation it does. It's another story which feels like it's there. There's nothing special to it. The monsters themselves look really silly. The Master is in, yellow face, and it's quite racist. And yeah, all the stuff with Adric is literally given a Clarkson. Oh no. Well, anyway, it's just the way television was at the time, I do understand that, but it's very jarring compared to how dark and sad the previous episodes were. Time Flight is definitely one of those stories that exists, and it does have some really good moments. I love all the time travel-y stuff, I love all the stuff with the Concords, and I honestly quite like the ending, but most of it is just there, so 5 out of 10. And that's season 19. Honestly, quite a decent season to start off a new Doctor. It's massively an improvement on the past 3 seasons, in my opinion. Hell, even better than season 15 in a lot of aspects. A lot of the things that I enjoy about this season is the consistency. Apart from Time Flight, as you can see from our ratings, none of them fall below a 7 out of 10. It's not the best season when it comes to massive groundbreaking stories, apart from, in my opinion, The Awakening. But it stays consistent. It's a decent season. There's no real parts where I'd think that it's a completely worthless. Even Time Flight, which, as we change it over to my rankings, even though it's at the bottom, I'd say there's much worse stories out there, and some of the negativity this story gets is a bit overblown. Even so, I think this is a really good start to Peter Davidson's era. It's a shame that it only lasts for slightly less than 3 seasons, but as you can see from the next couple of seasons, it becomes quite a mixed bag the further along it goes. Season 20 is the 20th anniversary year. Pretty much every single story has some kind of element that ties it back to a previous one, and it's a pretty cool idea. I don't think the idea fully works out, as you'll see as we go through, but I really do like it as a concept. I also think that this is a pretty interesting season when it comes to transitionary stuff, as this really does feel like the middle child of the Peter Davidson trilogy. It bridges the gap between the more light-hearted tones of season 19 and the companion team from it, compared to the much more aggressive and darkness that comes with season 21. And because of that, there's some tonal issues that are definitely on the way, as well as some issues with characterization, and especially when it comes to the plots. But yeah, let's get straight into that and start with season 20, one of the weirdest seasons for me with Doctor Who. Act Infinity is a sequel to the 3 Doctors from back in season 10, and honestly, acting and stuff is very good, very decent, but the plot of this one is ridiculously contrived. So just an example, in the first episode, Tegan, as in former companion from the previous season who departed at the last story of the previous season, which already, that's a pretty big turnaround, happens to be going to Amsterdam to meet her cousin, who happens to be the one who bumps into Omega, who happens to have chosen Amsterdam of all the places in the universe to come back, and obviously with Tegan's connection to the Doctor is the only person who can stop Omega. That's a lot of coincidences just so the Doctor can actually play into this plot, and honestly, the rest of the storyline is very similar to this. Lots of contrived bull in order to get characters to places. The ending's quite nice, but overall, this story is very convoluted. It's a 4 out of 10. Snake Dance is a sequel to the previous season's Kinder, and honestly, I'd put it about on par, if slightly worse than Kinder. Now, there's a lot of debate when it comes to which is better between Snake Dance and Kinder, and I would say that Kinder is better, but only marginally. My issues when it comes to Snake Dance is it feels very slow. Kinder definitely had some minor pacing issues, but it was quite fast throughout most of it, so you never felt bored. Snake Dance tries to go a lot more philosophical with its storytelling, and because of that, it can drag at certain points. Mine Clunes is great, though, as the, male version of Tegan throughout this story, and my god, Janet Fielding as Tegan does so much to help elevate this story. Peter Davidson doesn't really do much here as Five, and Nyssa is once again basically just a piece of furniture, but I'd still say it's a decent story and a decent sequel to Kinder. Mordred Undead is the sequel to the Black Guardian era from The Key to Time, and yeah, this one's great. It introduces brand new companion Taylor, who honestly I think is one of the most underrated companions in Classic Who, and also brings back the Brigadier, which will always make me happy to see Nicholas Courtney appearing against Doctors. That's just cool to me. I also really like the plot with this one, where there's not technically a villain throughout Mordred Undead apart from the Black Guardian, but that's more of a background plot for a couple of serials' time. I really like how interesting Mordred and his people go, how they're not really villains, more just want to get out of the eternity they've trapped themselves in because of mistakes that any kind of scientist would theoretically make. I think it adds a lot when it comes to philosophy, and also the time travel loops and stuff is really fun. Honestly, this is a great story. It's an 8 out of 10. Terminus is continuing the Black Guardian trilogy that started off in the previous story, but honestly, it's not overly connected and feels once again, like the rest of this season, like the weird middle child that kind of gets forgotten. Speaking of the weird middle child that gets forgotten, this is also Nyssa's final episode, and yeah, I think this story sums up her entire run on the TARDIS for me. Something that exists has some really decent moments when given them. Terminus is all about a plague ship, but with sci-fi elements, and I think it does a good job trying to translate the kind of fear and horror when it comes to incurable illnesses. But the main problem with it is that a lot of the characters just act really awfully to each other. Tegan and Turlo, despite Turlo only just being introduced, are completely sidelined, but it does help Nyssa at least have some character moments throughout this. Overall, I'd say it's decent. It's a 6 out of 10, but honestly, it feels very in keeping for season 20. Not very good, but not exactly bad. Enlightenment is the third and final part of the Black Guardian trilogy, and as such, a sequel to the previous two stories and The Key to Time. And honestly, this feels more like a finale to The Key to Time than the actual finale for The Key to Time season did. All the stuff with Enlightenment, with the ships in space, is a gorgeous and beautiful looking effects. And without Nyssa being there, I don't feel like any of the companions get sidelined like what's normally been happening throughout this era. Tegan and Taylor both get plenty of stuff to do. Five is on top form as per usual by this point. I really love the idea of the Immortals in Doctor Who, how these horrible ancient beings have gotten to the point where life means nothing to them because they can't die. And all the stuff with the Black and White Guardians at the very end, despite their really stupid bird hats, feels like a solid conclusion. My only issue with Enlightenment is it's not really connected as a trilogy to the Black Guardian stuff. It should have been its own standalone thing and just made one story about the Black Guardian. 8 out of 10. The King's Demons is a sequel to Timefly and, to be fair, just all of the Master stories. And yeah, it's a story that exists. That kind of sums up The King's Demons. It's a two-parter that should feel like a four, but because it's only two, there is so much rushed plot and so many plot elements that just start but don't go anywhere. The Master's involvement in this plot is literally explained and revealed within the same episode. It's very rushed and very messy. The only interesting part is the introduction of Chameleon as a companion, but he literally only appears in one more story after this because his scenes were cut from some other ones. And yeah, that also goes nowhere. Honestly, as a season finale, I'm really glad that The Five Doctors is now counted as season 20's finale, because The King's Demons, it's really not very much worth it. It's not a bad story, but it's a meh story, so 4 out of 10. The Five Doctors is a sequel to literally every other episode of Doctor Who. This is a love letter story. There is connections from all the way from the first Doctor all the way to the fifth, with all of them appearing in some form, with a new actor taking over for William Hartnell for the first Doctor, and images from Shada being used to represent Tom Baker as he wasn't interested in being in the production. And yeah, this is complete Doctor Who, just fun. There is, if you're a brand new person who's never watched Doctor Who, Five Doctors is not for you. This is completely for the fans. It is fan servicey as hell. There's a ton of returning actors and actresses, from companions, doctors, and even a bunch of characters who've been recast, such as Barusa, who finally, as a character, gets a lot of stuff to do in this story. I love The Five Doctors. It is a 10 out of 10 for me. This is pure Doctor Who fun. And that's season 20, an interesting and honestly quite messy season. As you can see from our ratings, there's a couple of 4s in there, a couple of 6s, a couple of 8s, and then the special. One of the reasons why I personally count the 20th anniversary special as part of this, because I know some people don't, including BBC iPlayer, is because it really does feel more like a finale than The King's Demons does. It feels more like a culmination of what the previous 6 stories tried to do to celebrate the 20th anniversary, and does it much better. And when changing over to my actual rankings, as you can see, The Five Doctors wins out by a mile. This season's honestly very messy. It feels like there was behind-the-scenes production issues, even though apparently there wasn't. And yeah, compared to the previous season, which was pretty clear with its quality, despite one issue, this one jumps up and down in quality constantly, and I find it kind of a shame, but it is what it is, and in my opinion, up until the final story, season 21 really does fix a lot of these issues, so let's get into it. Season 21 is honestly one of those seasons that not many people discuss apart from one specific story. And I think it is incredibly unfair to skip over season 21. It's genuinely very quickly become one of my favourite seasons, and I don't know why more people don't love it. Season 21 is the finale to the Peter Davison trilogy. It shows the ending of Tegan's storyline, end of Taylor's storyline that started last season, introduces a brand new companion, and by its final serial, a brand new Doctor. This season also has quite a few returning foes, which I do appreciate, but enough new ones compared to the last season, which only really had returning faces. It's really nice and refreshing, and I'd say as a finale to the Fifth Doctor, it really does deliver, but let's get into the stories themselves. Warriors of the Deep is a story that a lot of people really don't like. When it comes to actual plot stuff, it is mostly a recycled Base Under Siege stuff that you'd see from the second Doctor's era, mixed with some Silurians from back in season 7, and some Sea Devils from back in season 9. And even though I'm not the biggest fan of the Sea Devils original story, I really like this story. I don't know why so many people don't. I understand that the Mercury itself doesn't look great, and it's a little bit wobbly, and yes, you can see paint on the floor as it walks past, but this is Doctor Who. Like I said, we've had bubble wrap monsters, which are from acclaimed episodes. I don't know why people focus so much on the mecha not looking the best. Because this is a fun story. It goes into some really silly places, like someone karate kicking the mecha, but also goes into some really dark philosophical places when it comes to stuff like warfare. I honestly think Warriors of the Deep is great, and it's an 8 out of 10 for me. The Awakening is another story that I feel is unfairly ignored. Like, I understand it's only a 2-parter. When it comes to Classic Who, that's very rare, and honestly, this is the last time that we see it apart from season 23, but that one's debatable. Even so, I really love The Awakening. I love the historical modern idea, with it being about a Renaissance stuff in modern day, but people feeling like they're from the past. I love all the stuff with the actual monster itself in the walls of the church. Tegan is so good in this story. She is so perfect throughout the entirety of it. I love how it connects to her family, which we get a little bit more expanded on. I love all the stuff with Five and the little urchin boy throughout the story. I wish he was added as a companion like originally planned, because he would have been like a Jamie-styled thing. I really enjoy The Awakening. I think it's so good. I feel if it was a 4-parter like most people want and like it was originally planned, it would have been too long. But as a little 2-parter, this is great to me. It's a solid 8 out of 10 again. Frontios is one of those stories that is also forgotten. Like pretty much most of season 21, I don't hear people talking about them much. Frontios is quite a stereotypical story, in all honesty. They land on a planet which has futuristic people, and there's also some less futuristic aliens. See the mutants for more details. But I think the thing that sets this one aside is the tractators themselves. They are weirdly designed, I will state, and do look quite cheap. But I do really like the concept of them. I love how terrified Turlo is of the tractators. I love all the stuff with the planet falling apart. The TARDIS at the start is really cool. I love all the stuff with people getting ill, the way that this society runs, essentially, after crashing there. It's really interesting. My only issue with it is I feel like it introduces a lot of aspects that it doesn't explore enough. It's a shame, as I can only give it a 7 out of 10 for it, but still, it's a really good story. Resurrection of the Daleks is one of the darkest Doctor Who stories of all time. Even when you take into consideration seasons 12 to 14, Resurrection is just one of those Doctor Who stories. Brutality, depression, desperation, and honestly, a massive theme of this one, in my opinion, is failure. The characters in this story constantly fail. No matter which side you're on, if you're on the Dalek side, if you're on the Resistance side, if you're on the Doctor side, there's constant failure on all aspects. This story is honestly really depressing, really dark, and has a ridiculously high body count for a Doctor Who story, and I love it. It feels so dark and depressing. It feels like what Doctor Who throughout the 80s should have always been. Much more brutal and much more depressing. The only issue I have with this story is that the plot itself is a bit finicky at times and a bit silly, but overall, yeah, this is one of my favourite Fifth Doctor stories. It's a 9 out of 10. Planet of Fire is that weird middle child between Resurrection of the Daleks and Chaos of Androzani. It's the story that ties up a lot of the events that a lot of fans didn't overly care about. I didn't mention the previous thing because I ran out of time, but Tegan departed at the end of Resurrection of the Daleks, which breaks my heart. And in this one, Turlo also departs, which I honestly find really sad. I don't think that there's enough fanfare when it comes to this episode and him leaving. It feels very sudden and more like the production team wanted a new era to begin, so quickly rushed him out. But even so, he has some really great moments in this, and it does tie back to his first ever episode introduction. This story also introduces Perry, who goes on to be one of the most mixed received Doctor Who companions of all time. I really like her in this episode. I think she plays against the Master really well, showing how scared she is, but she's still also very determined. And yeah, I'd say overall, this is a good story. Not great, but still quite good. 7 out of 10. The Caves of Androzani is the Fifth Doctor's that story, in the same way that the Fourth Doctor had Genesis of the Daleks, the Third Doctor had Inferno. This is Five's that story, the one that most people will think of when they think of the Fifth Doctor, which is suitable since this is his final story. Now, this story is a classic for a reason. Almost everything about this is absolutely perfect. Peter Davison is genuinely giving his best performance throughout all of his episodes, which is pretty impressive for a finale. Shara's Jack is one of the best sort of villains in Doctor Who history. All the stuff with the poison, all the wars, the planets, all the drug running and all that stuff is honestly incredible. The story of this by Robert Holmes returning is incredible. My issue is Perry is very underwritten and literally forgotten about in this story, which is a massive shame because I think it ruins its perfection for me, so I can only give it a 9 out of 10. And yeah, now is the twin dilemma. Now with Peter Davison gone at the end of the previous story, we now have Colin Baker, who is unfairly, in my opinion, maligned as the Doctor. But this story does not help his case. This story has cheap, wobbly sets again, something that we've not had for quite a while in my opinion. Basically all the way back at the start of this season. Really dodgy costume design, really bad acting from a lot of the supporting cast. Not all of them, but definitely a lot of them. The Doctor strangling Perry, which has always been an interesting choice, and despite the fact that Colin Baker is acting his absolute heart out and you can see how good he can be, this story is so bad for him. Honestly, the only reason why I'm not giving this any lower than a 3 out of 10 is because sometimes it is so bad it's good. But still, yeah, this story is bad. There's a reason it has the reputation it does. 3 out of 10. And that's season 21, the Fifth Doctor's final season and technically the Sixth Doctor's first. As you can see from my ratings of the stories, I'm actually quite a fan of this season until the end. I really enjoy it. And if we actually look at my ratings for a new thing, where my ratings for just the Fifth Doctor's episodes, it's an 8 out of 10 in total. I think this season is honestly really slept on by a lot of people. But though if we change it over to my rankings, you can pretty much see the reason why a lot of people forget this season and immediately wrote off Colin Baker. The twin dilemma is bad, there's no way around it, and I really wish instead of giving this story to Colin and making it his first story, they would have given Peter one more story, let him finish off his season properly, and given us a perfect season 21, and then just start off the Sixth Doctor's era with Attack of the Cybermen as we start next season. Even so, like I said, I actually really enjoy this season. It's overall, until the end, really solid, really good, and I think a lot of people are sleeping on it. I cannot wait for the collection box set for season 21. It's going to be one of my pre-order purchases for certain. Season 22 is a very experimental season for Doctor Who. After Resurrection of the Daleks did a 45-minute time slot instead of 25 minutes, the rest of season 22 follows suit. Now, despite rumours, apparently this was always planned for season 22, and Resurrection of the Daleks kind of turned into the pilot idea for it. But either way, I quite like the change in format. I'd also state that a lot of the issues with Colin's Doctor in the previous story have mostly, emphasis on the mostly, been fixed, but this is still a very different Doctor to what we're used to. Perry is also mostly, emphasis again on the mostly, been fixed from the previous season as well, but season 22 is not very well liked by a lot of fans. I don't mind it, as you'll see as we go along. There's definitely some issues, but as per a lot of stuff when it comes to Doctor Who, I think a lot of people say it's worse than it actually is. Let's get into it. Attack of the Cybermen is a brutal story. It's a direct sequel, strangely enough, to Tomb of the Cybermen, all the way back in season 5, 17 seasons prior, which is strange enough as it is. On top of that, this is probably the most violence Doctor Who's ever done, with a lot of blood and a lot of action and a lot of violence, just very strangely in this. It honestly felt like watching an R-rated or 15-rated movie, and I kind of liked it, but also didn't. I'm quite a horror fan, but Doctor Who's never felt like it should get to this level of violence, and even though it does, I think it kind of works for the story they're trying to tell. Six and Perry are quite good in this one, even if they do still feel a bit odd, and all the stuff with the Cybermen is really cool. I don't like the little crystal people who I've forgotten the name of, though. They're very strange and feel like a last-minute addition for no real reason. Even so, I'd say this is honestly a great, proper start to 6, and a solid 8 out of 10. Vengeance and Varos is what most people cite as their favourite Sixth Doctor story, and I think there's definitely a reason for that. A lot of stuff to do with the Sixth Doctor was weird and controversial, and Vengeance and Varos was no exception. It takes direct aim at stuff like reality television, the way that we consume violent media, the way that stuff is overemphasised in the media, a lot of stuff to do with politics, the way that we as a society, even nowadays with stuff such as the so-called cancel culture, will victify and essentially try and destroy people through the power of the online and television. And Vengeance and Varys' commentary is so good and near perfect, and sometimes is perfect. I'd honestly say that there's a lot more to talk about when it comes to Vengeance and Varys, but it can all be summed up by just watching it yourself. And Six and Perry, really starting to grow on me, I'm not gonna lie. It's another 8 out of 10. Mark of the Rani is honestly a strange story. This is another one of those Marmite stories where some fans love it, some fans hate it, whilst once again, I just think it's good. I really, really love Varani. I think she's such a good counterpoint to both the Master and the Doctor, and I think putting the Master in this story really does help this. It makes her seem so different from the Master than just being the Master with boobs, which is what a lot of people do put the Rani down as, and wrongly so in my opinion. A lot of this story, though, does feel very dragged out, especially part 2, which is a very slow episode in my opinion until the final 10 minutes. It's kind of a problem with the story overall, where moments will drag on, but I'd honestly say this is where Colin Baker fully starts to click into his role of the Doctor, even if Nicola Bryant's Perry falls behind. Even so, a solid 7 out of 10. It's good. As I've mentioned time and time again, Robert Holmes is one of my favourite writers when it comes to Doctor Who. And not only did he write a multi-Doctor story in this season, but it was also with Patrick Troughton, the second Doctor, one of my definite favourites, and bringing back Jamie, one of the most beloved companions in Doctor Who history. And it's a 3-parter, aka the equivalent of a 6-parter, which is not very good. Even though this story has Santarans in it, the Santarans are literally just absolutely worthless and shouldn't be there. 2 has nothing to do in this story. It honestly feels more like they just wanted to put Jamie and Sixth Doctor together, and they do work really well. The main issue I have with the 2 Doctors, though, is how slow and boring this story is. The entirety of episode 2 is complete filler. And honestly, you cut out a couple of moments from episode 1, cut out the majority of episode 2, and you could easily have one very solid episode. But overall, it's really boring at times. I can't give it any higher than a 5 out of 10. Speaking of relatively boring stories, Time Lash is probably one of the most hated Sixth Doctor stories after the Twin Dilemma, and I sort of get why. I think there's definitely some positives that people like to ignore. I think the overall makeup design for the villain is really damn good. I think it is one of the most impressive monsters of the 80s. And as a really big fan of War of the Worlds, seeing H.P. Wells in this is one of the coolest things I've ever seen in Doctor Who. I wish that H.G. Wells was in more Doctor Who stuff, as he is such an icon, but I guess I have to listen to 8's audio dramas for that. Even so, as you probably noticed as I'm rambling throughout this, I'm not mentioning the plot, because it's not very good. It's very generic. A lot of the sets look horrifically cheap or bland. There's a random connection to the Third Doctor which literally goes nowhere. Yet, Time Lash is fine. It's one of those stories. I'd give it a 5 out of 10. Mostly because H.G. Wells is in it, I'm not gonna lie. Revelation of the Daleks is the best Sixth Doctor story. I'm not even going to beat around the bush because his era is sadly relatively short. This story is great, near amazing, but slightly missing out, partly because of the first part. So this story is all about double acts. Every single character will have a contrasting character or a companion character, and it works so perfectly. And yeah, it's really entertaining. The colours in this story are so vibrant. It feels so 80s, so beautiful, so colourful. The Daleks in it are basically non-existent because this is actually a Davros story. And this is the most amount of character we get out of Davros in any era, modern or classic, and he is perfectly played by Terry Malloy. There is no fault as to why Terry Malloy is seen as the classic Davros. This story is great. I just wish the first part was a little bit faster paced, but still, 8 out of 10. And that's season 22. Kind of a mixed bag at certain points, especially during the middle section where it starts to fall apart before picking it up at the end. But I think this season is unfairly hated. There's a lot to love here. I mean, as you can see from my ratings, 3 of the stories are an 8 out of 10. That's something that a lot of seasons definitely can't say looking at you, middle part of the Tom Baker era. And yeah, even though there's a couple that are more forgettable and bland, such as the 2 Doctors and Time Lash, even when we change them over to the rankings themselves, they're not the worst. Like, I've seen much worse. I don't see why Time Lash is as hated as it is. It's just a bit generic with a couple of dodgy sets. Something which by this point we should be very used to as Doctor Who fans. I honestly don't mind season 22. I grew to quite like Tom Baker partway through this season, and I think he gets even better with his second and sadly final season, but yeah, season 22, the 45 minutes just works for me. I wish they continued it, but this season sadly kind of got the show semi-cancelled, but more on that in just a minute. Season 23 of Doctor Who came at a very difficult time. The show was technically cancelled / put on hiatus / not renewed, and it took 18 months for this season to come out. Now, the previous season only had 13 episodes, but they were equivalent to 26 episodes if in a 25-minute format. With this season going back to the 25-minute format, it only had 14 episodes, almost half of the runtime of the previous season. The budget was also cut in certain aspects, but increased in others, strangely enough. And honestly, this season is very transitional between the mid-80s to the end of the 80s. And not everything works in this season, even if some of it is definitely much better. One of the biggest things that a lot of people cite this season for is how it's nicknamed the Trial of a Time Lord. Continuing on from season 16's The Key to Time, all these stories are interconnected. However, I know some people count them as Trial of a Time Lord's Part 1 to 14, but for me, there's a distinct start and ending to 4 individual serials, which are just highly connected like The Key to Time. So I'll not be counting this as one long story. I will be counting them into 4 parts, like they are counted on the DVDs and Blu-rays, for instance, because even though they're massively connected, I wouldn't say they're that much more connected than all the stuff with The Key to Time. Honestly, I think some people are a bit too obsessed with calling this a 14-parter. Either way, let's get into it. The Mysterious Planet is once again written by our old friend Robert Holmes, and is quite interesting and intriguing for the first 3 parts. It all focuses on a weird planet, thus the term The Mysterious Planet, and is also the introduction to the Trial of a Time Lord storyline, which will occasionally at the start and end of the episodes just kind of cut in and just acknowledge they are on trial and all the characters are watching these events just like us as the audience. Now, a lot of the plot of this one is fine, it's relatively genetic. Savlon Glitz is an amazing introduction as a not companion recurring character in the classic era, and honestly Six and Perry are really damn good in this episode. But there's one important part where, whilst watching the episode, some parts of what Savlon Glitz says is omitted from the courtroom, something which will come into play later on in the season, and I think it's a good little way to connect it without making it so the story is necessary viewing for the finale. Overall, I'd give the story a 7 out of 10. It's a good start. Mind Warp is one of the darker stories of Season 23. After the controversy of Season 22's very dark tone, Season 23 was mostly lightened up, apart from this story, and I think it works really well in the story's favour. A lot of this story focuses on Perry and Six's relationship, and the connection between this and Vengeance and Varos from the previous season with the villain, Syl. It helps a lot, and Brian Blessed is in this goddamn story. That automatically makes it at least a 5 out of 10 at the very minimum. If everything else was shit, it'd still be a 5 because you've put Brian bloody Blessed in it. Everyone loves Brian Blessed. And the connection to the courtroom this time feels a lot more intertwined. And the ending for Perry really does break my heart. But there is a certain thing revealed later on, which does cause this story to be a 7 out of 10 instead of an 8. But I'll explain that when we get to it. Terror of the Vervoids is one of the most generic Doctor Who stories of Season 23. This time we're flashing forward in time to show the Doctor and new companion Mel after about a year of her being a companion according to additional resources, and it's honestly a bit confusing at times. I like the concept of us seeing the Doctor's future, but that also makes the trial stuff kind of obsolete because we know now they're definitely not going to kill the Doctor because he has to meet Mel. I know there's timey-wimey stuff they can do to remove it, but even so, it does take away some of the pressure from the overarching plot. Even so, I'd say Terror of the Vervoids is honestly really fun. It's dumb, it's stupid at times, and Mel's scream does make me want to shoot Bonnie Langford in the face. No offense, Bonnie. Loving you in the modern era. But yeah, this isn't the best introduction to Mel. Even so, I'd say Terror of the Vervoids is written really well. It's got a solid plot. Colin Baker is acting his absolute arse off in this story, and honestly the makeup and costumes and stuff in this story are really good. It's a 7 out of 10. The Ultimate Fair is one of those stories that people mostly talk about for the behind the scenes issues compared to the in front of camera stuff. So I'll just quickly mention, yes, it was originally written by Robert Holmes. He passed away partway through. Eric Saywood, the script editor, wanted to continue Robert Holmes' finale, but was told he couldn't because it might cancel the show. So he left as well, and GMT took over as script editor for this story. But as a story itself, as a 2-part finale to all the courtroom stuff that's been going on, I don't think it's as bad as people say. Yes, the first part is definitely much better than the second one because it's written by Robert Holmes. And a lot of elements of the first part aren't really explored in the second part due to copyright issues, but I'd say it's a good finale. It ties up a lot of the events and all of the issues, but it does undo Perry's death, which pisses me off, which is the reason why the previous story was given as a 7 instead of an 8. Even so, I'd say it's still good. This season's very solid. 7 out of 10. And that's season 23. As you can see from my ratings, very ridiculously consistent. All the stories are a 7 out of 10. Some I'd say are definitely better than others, but only marginally, and they still deserve the same point. The best example of that is Mind Warp, which I would give an 8 out of 10, but I really dislike how the finale undoes Perry's death. I felt like it was a poetic way for her to end as a companion. Six's irritating arrogance to her, finally causing her to die, and the trial literally taking one of the Doctor's closest friends from him, out of something he couldn't control. I think it was a much better end for Perry than what was given. And yeah, I'd say this season's pretty good. It's a shame this was Colin's final season. I would have liked to have seen him do one more, but due to a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff, he was fired after the end of this season, and a new actor with Sylvester McCoy was put on to take his place. And, well, quickly change him over to the rankings, but they're honestly, once again, they're still all 7s out of 10. So when it comes to the grand finale ranking at the very end, these lot won't be too far away from each other. But with this era has come to an end, and we finally start on with one of the best Doctors with one of the worst seasons. Season 24 of Doctor Who came after another tumultuous time. After Colin Baker's firing, the BBC ordered a brand new Doctor, and also wanted to really brighten up the tone quite aggressively for the new season. So, things weren't exactly off to the best start in my opinion. Sylvester McCoy was cast as the Doctor, which I honestly think was a bad decision to begin with, but as he goes on, as you'll see, I honestly think he really comes into his own. But for this season, it's not very well regarded in the Doctor Who community, and you're about to see why. Time and the Rani, it has a plot where the Rani, who is a Time Lord, has to capture a bunch of intelligent people, including the Doctor, to learn how to travel in time. No, that's not a joke, that's the plot. She, as a Time Lord, has to kidnap people to travel in time and to work it out for her. And she's gone from this highly intelligent botanist character into an absolute idiot within the space of one story. Mel is screaming throughout the entirety of the bloody 90 minutes. 7 is just so off. It's too goofy, it's too campy, it's too cheesy. There is nothing to his character except goofiness and cheese. And everything looks so bad. The monsters in this are the only thing that's marginally acceptable. Yeah, this is awful. It's a 2 out of 10. Paradise Towers is honestly the only saving grace of this season to me. It's still very goofy, very cheesy, and overly pantomime, just like the rest of the stories of this season, but it has enough balance with darker elements, and I think the comedy actually works with this one, because it feels a lot more like Sylvester McCoy and Bonnie Langford as Mal really understand what they want to do with it, compared to the other stories where it seems like they're both just as confused as the audience is towards the script. This one, they really know how to come into their own. I also really love the red and blue factions. I just think they're really funny. All the stuff with the cowardly guy is just really sweet. I kind of love him and wish he became a companion. But yeah, Paradise Towers is much better, but it still has many issues, especially when it comes to tone. It's just too cheesy at times, and a lot of the set design looks really damn cheap. It looks like they just shot in random alleyways, and it's not the best. But still, overall, I'd say this is actually good. 7 out of 10. Delta and the Bannermen is another disappointment for me for this season. I don't mind the plot overall, but I have an issue with how weird characters behave. One of the characters falls in love with an alien lady, fair enough, it happens, but then when she gives birth to her disgusting green monstrosity creature, he falls even more in love with her and wants to become one of her species because, sure, why not? There's a character who would be a very good companion for the Doctor, who he just constantly leads on as a possible companion and then sidelines 24/7. And there's an entire bloody plot where a group of passengers from space land on Earth, and that's the entire start of the plot. And they're all massacred by the villains, and the Doctor essentially goes womp womp, and then the plot continues like these characters didn't exist for the first 2 episodes. Everyone's just out of character and dodgy. I love the 1950s look towards the story though, and there are some funny moments, so 4 out of 10. Dragonfire's another disappointing but not actually bad story from this season. I like it a lot more than anything from Delta and the Bannerman and Time and the Rani did, but it's still not perfect. The Ice World's a really interesting look. I love Kane as a villain. I think he's the first time that the show is trying to get scary within this 7th Doctor's era, and there is definitely a bit more violence in this story, but more cheesy violence. It's also nice to see Glitz come back from seasons 23, and yeah, this is where Mel leaves, and I've probably mentioned her about 3 times so far in this video. She's really not a good companion in the classic era. She's very much there to fill in the gap between Perry and this episode's new companion, Ace, who will go on to be a much more beloved companion. And yeah, that's Dragonfire. It is decent. I like the design of the monster. Kane's great and stuff, but it's just generic. It's a very generic plot. 6 out of 10. And yeah, since this continues the only 4 stories thing from the previous season, that's it for season 24. Massively disappointing, as you can see from my ratings. Yeah, I don't like this season, especially Time and the Rani. When I was originally watching this, I was in absolute shock as to what I was watching. Every single thing I thought couldn't get worse just continuously did throughout the entirety of the story. The only reason this is not a 1 out of 10 instead of a 2 is literally because I only believe there should be 1 out of 10 throughout this video. And since I've already given it to the Dominators, you, Time and the Rani, can avoid it as much as possible. So when it comes to my actual rankings of the season, I think it's pretty damn obvious. The only story I really liked was Paradise Towers. I didn't mind Dragonfire, I thought it was decent, and Delta and the Bannerman was interesting with its gross green baby, but yeah, this season and the start to the 7th Doctor, really bad. I was honestly expecting to hate the 7th Doctor after watching this season. Thank God season 25 and season 26 exists, and let's get straight into them. Season 25's a sort of anniversary season. It's the 25th anniversary and focuses a lot on that element. There's a lot of stuff to reflect the history of Doctor Who. There's Cybermen, there's Daleks, both at the final time in the classic era. And there's definitely a lot of celebratory stuff in it, which is really nice and neat. This is also the first full season with Sophie Aldred as Ace and Sylvester McCoy as Seven, and it's also the start of what is nicknamed the Cardinal Master Plan, which is where the script editor for seasons 24 to 26, Andrew Cartmel, wants to do something new and bring back the Who of Doctor Who. And honestly, this season's definitely an improvement, and quite a significant one, over the past few years. I'd say it's probably the best season after season 21 for the past bunch of years, ignoring the interesting part of the twin dilemma, but I'll get to that. Remembrance of the Daleks is a story I'd always heard about, but was never overly interested in watching. And I really regret taking so long to watch this story. It's a 4-parter, and it is just so perfectly paced. There's still some comedic elements left over from season 24, but not pantomime levels of comedy. A lot of it's more dark, serious, kind of dark humour in all honesty, and it's the kind of stuff I enjoy. There's a few fourth wall breaks, there's a bunch of wink at the camera little moments. Sylvester McCoy really starts to come into the 7th Doctor throughout this, and Sophie Aldred's Ace really is immediately captivating as a companion. I wouldn't say her acting is actually that great, but as a character you can just feel the constant energy that she has. I love all the parallels in this story between Nazis and Daleks. The overall setting back in the original Doctor Who story is really cool. Yeah, Remembrance of the Daleks is a solid 10 out of 10, no questions. The Happiness Patrol is a story that I would love to enjoy more than I actually do. When it comes to the commentary around Margaret Thatcher and the bloody Candyman, aka Betty Bloody Bassett, I really enjoy all that stuff. I think it's really well done. The Candyman is such a silly but entertaining villain, really bridging the gap between the goofiness of season 24 and the much darker tones of season 26. The main problem I have with this story is honestly its length. I don't think this should have been a three-parter. It feels very much in the final episode like they're just rushing to a conclusion. They don't want to leave anything open, so every plot thread is aggressively finished in the third part. It should have been a four-parter, and I don't blame the production team for this, because their episode count was reduced so much, but it does put a little bit of a downer on the episode overall. Still, I think it's a good one, a solid 7 out of 10. Silver Nemesis is basically just Remembrance of the Daleks again, but it's now got Cybermen instead. And that's not even a joke. There's even Nazis in this one, just like there was in Remembrance of the Daleks. There's a MacGuffin that could destroy the entire universe, just like there is in Remembrance of the Daleks. And yeah, it's essentially Remembrance of the Daleks, but set in the 80s instead of the 60s, and with Cybermen instead of Daleks. And I think it's fun. It's not a great story, as it is just repeating from previous stuff. It does have some interesting elements when it comes to historical characters randomly appearing in this for no real reason except to tease the Cardinal Master Plan that never came to fruition. And overall, it's fun, but a complete retread of a story that literally I would have finished 4 weeks prior to this one. 6 out of 10. Last but not least is The Greatest Show in the Galaxy, which is weird. I can't really describe The Greatest Show in the Galaxy, apart from to look at it almost like an apprentice, but done by the Doctor Who team, mixed with some kind of like escape room thing. It's very bizarre. It's like a game show, but without the proper game showy stuff. Essentially, this is where Sylvester McCoy, in my opinion, clocks on to who his Doctor is. He definitely improved massively from this season compared to the previous one, but in this story I felt what his Doctor was. A scheming, manipulative, but very fun Doctor, and I think it really does help elevate this story. I wouldn't say this story is as good as a lot of people do. I think it's definitely got some problems with its pacing especially, and this should have been a three-parter instead, but even so, I'd say it's still good. It's a solid 7 out of 10. And that's season 25, a massive improvement over season 24, and like I said, probably the best since season 21 if we're just counting the Peter Davidson stuff. It's a real good throwback to the quality that we used to have during the early Tom Baker era, and it's something that we've not seen consistency for in such a long time. It was nice to see an actual 10 out of 10 story, in my opinion, finally pop up after so long, and Sylvester McCoy really has started to come into his own as a Doctor, something that he would only perfect, and that is not an over-exaggeration of the next season. Looking at my actual ratings for each episode, you can see where the clear winner will be, and even though the other three aren't rated that highly, I'd still say that the quality of them is a lot better than the previous one. At least with this season it's consistent most of the time, that there's at least nothing bad in it. And yeah, when changing over to my rankings, it's pretty obvious where they'd all be. Something which next season only gets improved upon even further, so let's get straight into the final season of classic Doctor Who. Season 26 is the final season of Classic Doctor Who. It will not be what I count as the final season of my video, but more to come with that later. And since this is the final season, I swear the production team knew they were about to all get fired, because tonally, This season is a massive return to the dark horror depression that was the early Tom Baker era and bits of the Pertwee one. This season is mature. It's as simple as that. This season does not pull any punches back. It is a dark, depressing season in all the perfect ways. Sylvester McCoy and Sophie Aldred by this point had perfected both their roles as the companion and the Doctor, and Aldred's acting by this point is honestly incredible, especially in Fenric, which we will get to very shortly. All of this culminates in one of the best seasons of the entire show, and even though no one watched it, essentially, I'm really glad this is the season the classic era went out on, because it showed that even in its final year, Doctor Who could still be amazing. So let's get straight into it. Battlefield feels like a real closure story to UNIT in general for the classic era. It even brings back the Brigadier, which is highly appreciated, and adds a bunch of new UNIT characters which would go on to be quite popular in the audio space. The monster as well is basically a demon, which is another nice little throwback to the UNIT stuff. And also there's like a witch, lady, medieval knight woman, and there's nuclear weapons, and it's all ridiculously over the top and silly, but in the complete best way that only Doctor Who can be. My honest only issue with the story is a really dumb character moves done by Ace and her friend, which really do take me out of it. They're literally told, just stay in the salt, and then they do everything to not stay in the salt. It's very annoying, and yeah. I still really enjoy the story though. I still think it's really good. 8 out of 10. Ghostlight is one of the most confusing and strange stories that I've ever watched, but it feels so high-concept sci-fi horror in every good aspect. Now, disclaimer, I'm a big fan of stuff like high-concept sci-fi horror, stuff like Annihilation, that is completely my style of sci-fi horror. I love it. I love not understanding it until I properly start to delve deep into it on multiple rewatches, and Ghostlight is perfectly up my street for that. Also, the acting, set design, the location work, oh, it is so beautifully done. Ghostlight is so strange in every single aspect that makes high-concept sci-fi horror one of my favourite genres. Everything about this is near perfect, solid 8 out of 10. I just wish it had one more episode to fully delve into its ideas. But speaking of perfect sci-fi horror projects, Curse of Fenric. It is one of the greatest Doctor Who stories of all time in my opinion. I am so mad at myself for sleeping on this story for so many years. It is definitely now in my top 5 Doctor Who classic era stories, and easily in my top 10, if not top 5 for the modern era as well. It is just that good. If this movie just had a bit more blood, maybe like one bit of harsh language, this is an 18 rated thing. The fact that my collection box set rated it as PG is unknown to me. This is a horror film. It just happens to have the Doctor and companion. This feels like the perfect culmination of everything that the Hinchcliffe era worked towards. And yeah, tonally, everything. Fenric as a villain, all the stuff with Ace's family, yeah. This is a 10 out of 10, no questions. And that leaves us with Survival, what is technically the final Classic Who story, but also kind of not. I honestly think this story is disappointing, even if you don't look at it as a finale and kind of ignore that beautiful speech at the end. This story is quite generic. It does finish off what some fans have nicknamed the Ace's Family trilogy, and I think it does that okay, but as a story in itself, the Master feels very unnecessary and kind of forced in at the last second to this plot. The Doctor just doesn't feel as good as he did throughout the rest of this season because Sylvester McCoy this season is on top form. Sophie Aldred is very good in this, but I don't think there's enough material for him to work with, and a lot of the cheetah costumes, despite looking amazing, can be acted really badly. There's a lot of moments that I think were meant to be scary that I chuckled at. And yeah, the only reason this isn't a 5 out of 10 is that beautiful ending speech, which perfectly wraps up the classic era. So, 6 out of 10. And that is season 26. As you can see from my ratings, this is one of the best seasons in a long time. The only issue I have is honestly with survival. I know a lot of people like survival, and that's completely fine. I have a lot of issues with it, especially when it comes to the performances of certain supporting cast members, but yeah, this season is solid. I'm going to change it over to my rankings. Fenric is obviously at number 1. It is one of the best stories of not just the 1980s, in Doctor Who's history. It's so dark, so disturbing, so philosophical. The amount of implications that the story has as well with the character of Fenric. And this season overall, I'm glad it was this season that ended Doctor Who. I think it went off showing everyone that even in its final days, Doctor Who could still have some incredible storytelling, incredible character work for both the Doctor and the Companion, and some really good casting. It's a shame it's Survival as the final one and not something like Fenric, but do you know what? Beggars can't be choosers, and this season overall really shows why the show should have kept going. Even so, goodbye to Classic Who, hello to the wilderness years. So, welcome to the Wilderness Years. I wasn't originally thinking of doing this and just doing it as a TV movie, but there are certain other stories which are canon, or at least arguably canon. So I felt like it was only right to kind of give this its own little segment as well. So, for people who don't know, between 1989 and 2005, that to Doctor Who fans is known as the Wilderness Years. Essentially, where we didn't get a full season of Doctor Who for a very long time. Fortunately, I was born in the late 90s, so I didn't suffer this drought. But for the fans who did, there are 4 stories that I think a lot of fans will come to mind with, one of which I'm pretty sure everyone will know, 2 of which people might know of, and one of which I bet fans wish they didn't know of. So let's get straight into them. Wartime's a 30-minute short focused on Sergeant Benton, a companion/unit member between the 6th to the 12th or 13th season, if I remember correctly. Now, Benton's a character that I've always kind of loved. He's a little sweetheart who just happens to work for the military, and honestly, he's kind of a wet wimp, and that's why I absolutely adore him. So, seeing that he got his own little independent project, which is technically canon to the show, made me quite happy until I watched it. Now, Wartime is interesting. I think it's got some really good character moments, especially for Benton, but a lot of it doesn't make sense. I can't tell if there's like ghosts or aliens influencing this, or if Benton's just having a massive mental breakdown. It's a bit confusing, and as much fun as it is to see Benton do all this stuff, like I said, I can't really make sense of what's going on even after Googling it, so I'd give it a 5 out of 10. Dimensions in Time is essentially the Doctor Who fans' boogeyman. It is an interesting 30th anniversary comedy special done for children in need, and it's not great. A lot of the plot doesn't make any sense. Are the Doctors the same Doctor, or are they switching between them? Is the companion one person, but no, sometimes it's 2? Also, the Rani's here because, okay, why not? The first 2 Doctors are terrifying to look at in their little CG head things. And yeah, this entire thing is also a crossover with EastEnders, which is one of the funniest things ever. And fans despise this, and you know what? I agree. But this is also my kind of so bad it's good. It's only 15 minutes long. It's really stupid, and it's really, really, really funny. So I actually give it a 4 out of 10. It's still bad, but I would recommend you give it a watch at least once. Downtime's another story where people definitely argue if it's canon or not. I say it definitely is, since it explains how the Great Intelligence got into the internet for the modern era, as well as doing a lot of great character work for some of the classic companions. So in this story, it has the Brigadier basically hunting down the Great Intelligence to save Victoria, all the way back from season 5, and also Sarah Jane and Professor Travers are in it, because why not? It's written by the same guy who did Ghostlight, so there's a lot of weird metaphorical shit throughout, which, once again, I kinda like. I also really like how Kate Stewart is introduced in this, which is one of the coolest things that this does, introducing one of my favourite characters of the modern era into just this weird little TV movie thing. And yeah, Downtime's available on my channel if you want to watch it. It's really fun, it's really silly, a bit too short, it feels like it runs out of steam and needs another 10 minutes, but hey ho, solid 7 out of 10. Finally, we have the TV movie, which I will count as the final proper story of this video. The TV movie is not good. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. When it comes to almost every aspect, the writing, the directing, the pacing, even some of the acting, it's not that great. But do you know what it is? It is 90 minutes of solid fun. And it is currently the only time where we get a full-length adventure with Paul McGann, who is one of the greatest Doctor actors of all time. Please listen to his audio dramas. They're on Spotify for free. You have no excuse. This story is honestly kind of cool, focusing all around the millennium and the year 2000. The Master turns into a snake thing. He is camped up to 11 in one of the funniest moments in the entirety of the show. It focuses a lot on America, there's the Doctor being British. I really like this, even though it's a complete mess, so I have to also give it a 7 out of 10. And that's all I'm counting for the Wilderness years. I did originally look at stuff like Scream of a Shalka, the Shada audio/video thing, as well as a couple of the other weird little eye thingies that was done for the 6th and 7th Doctors. But since they're really clearly not canon, I mean, the Scream of a Shalka was literally uncanonised only a year later, it was not something I thought I'd actually put in. I wanted to try and keep the Wilderness years to what could be canon compared to what is definitely not. And yeah, I ended up settling on these 4. If you disagree, that is completely fine. If you wanted me to include some of the stuff like Shada, Death Comes to Time, that is completely fine. I just decided not to do it because I didn't think it fully fit into the Wilderness years. But as you can see, doesn't really matter anyway, because my ratings of this aren't the most positive. I think there's definitely some fun. I like Downtime. I wish it was just a bit longer than 70 minutes. And the TV movie is a beautiful mess that I adore with all my heart, despite how bad it can really get. But yeah, even when I changed it over to my rankings, it was pretty obvious where everything was gonna be. And the Wilderness years probably really sucked for fans that had to wait so long. I find it kind of sweet though, that even when a show was cancelled, we got at least 4 proper stories throughout that time. Even if one of the stories was 15 minutes, some were 70 and 90, and there's a bunch of other ones as well, like some of the webcasts that I mentioned. There's the animated 6-part serial with Richard E. Grant. Like, for a show that was cancelled, there was a ton to do. And, of course, we can't forget the most beautiful Doctor Who Wilderness Years thing. The Curse of Fatal Death, which, no, is not canon, but my god, if I rated it, it would be a 10 out of 10. Not even gonna pretend it wasn't. So, yeah, that is the Wilderness Years. And let's get on to the main part of this video. And that is every single Doctor Who story of the classic era ranked and rated per season. 163 stories I have gone through in this video, and my god is my throat absolutely destroyed right now. I recently quit smoking as well, so just dying twice as much today. As you can see, I absolutely love this show. Just as a little bit of the fun thing, I'm just going to quickly bring up my ratings for each individual season, from season 1 all the way to the Wilderness Years. As you can see, definitely some clear ones that I don't like, and some clear ones that I absolutely love. And if we just swap them around to show the overall rankings, obviously season 12 was going to be number 1. There was no questions about it. The amount I praised that season probably should have been obvious. And season 24 is obviously right at the bottom. You could probably also guess that much from how much I slagged it off. Don't get me wrong, there's a couple of okay things in season 24, but in 100% honesty, classic and modern, I would count season 24 as the worst season of Doctor Who. I would also, however, count season 12 as the best season of Doctor Who, classic and modern, with season 7 being a second place for classic and modern. And with all that out of the way, one more little fun thing, here's each Doctor's average. From the first all the way to the 8th Doctor. This is the average I would give each Doctor based on their stories. And swapping around to ranked, you can easily tell that, weirdly enough, my favourite Doctor for this ranking would be the 5th. Honestly, probably not in reality, but I just thought it'd be a fun little thing to show how their stories reflect. I'd honestly probably put 4 or 7 actually above him, but both of them also have seasons that I'm really not a fan of. But there is one more thing for me to do, and after I've done it, I'm basically going to straight up end the video. So if you've gotten this far, thank you so much for watching, and let's get into ranking every single Classic Who story from worst to best. The Dominators. The Space Pirates. Time and the Rani. The Gunfighters. The Stones of Blood. The Web Planet. The Twin Dilemma. The Massacre. The Smugglers. The Censorites. The Monster of Peladon. The King's Demons. The Ribos Operation. Delta and the Bannermen. The Ark of Infinity. The Mutants. Dimensions in Time. The Time Monster. Colony in Space. Warrior's Gate. The Invasion of Time. The Savages. The Mask of Mandragora. Planet of Evil. The Underwater Menace. The Reign of Terror. Timelash. The Armageddon Factor. Death to the Daleks. Destiny of the Daleks. The Crusade. Wartime. The Wheel in Space. The Highlanders. The Two Doctors. Time Flight. The Space Museum. The Horns of Nimon. Marco Polo. Nightmare of Eden. An Unearthly Child. Frontier in Space. The Abominable Snowmen. Underworld. The Claws of Axos. Terminus. Galaxy 4. Mission to the Unknown. The Keeper of Traken. The Power of Kroll. Silver Nemesis. Day of the Daleks. Snake Dance. Dragonfire. The Sea Devils. Meglos. The Ambassadors of Death. Survival. Terror of the Autons. The Romans. Castrovalva. The Mythmakers. The Android Invasion. The Leisure Hive. Kinder. The Mysterious Planet. The Androids of Tara. The Happiness Patrol. The Crotons. Invasion of the Dinosaurs. Revenge of the Cybermen. The Mind of Evil. The Ark. The Moonbase. Creature from the Pit. The Face of Evil. Downtime. The Pirate Planet. The Greatest Show in the Galaxy. Sorta Doomsday. Paradise Towers. Robot. Enemy of the World. The Rescue. Planet of Fire. Mind Warp. The Invasion. The Celestial Toymaker. Mark of the Rani. Planet of Giants. The Mind Robber. Terror of the Vervoids. The Hand of Fear. The Ultimate Foe. The Ice Warriors. Frontios. Planet of the Spiders. The Time Meddler. The TV Movie. The Invisible Enemy. Battlefield. The Faceless Ones. Mouldering Undead. Black Orchid. The War Games. The Green Death. Warriors of the Deep. Enlightenment. The Sunmakers. The Awakening. The Chase. The War Machines. The Seeds of Doom. The Edge of Destruction. The Keys of Marinus. Attack of the Cybermen. Earthshock. Evil of the Daleks. Vengeance on Varos. Power of the Daleks. The Demons. Fury from the Deep. The Sontaran Experiment. The Daleks' Master Plan. Revelation of the Daleks. Shada. The Seeds of Doom. Image of the Fendal. Ghostlight. Full Circle. The Daleks. Logopolis. Planet of the Daleks. The Silurians. The 10th Planet. Terror of the Zygons. The Time Warrior. The Tellings of Wen Cheyenne. The Curse of Peladon. The Dalek Invasion of Earth. The Deadly Assassin. The Macra Terror. The Brain of Morbius. The Caves of Androzani. The Visitation. The Web of Fear. The Aztecs. The Three Doctors. City of Death. Resurrection of the Daleks. Spearhead from Space. The Robots of Death. State of Decay. Carnival of Monsters. The Horror of Fang Rock. The Ark in Space. The Five Doctors. Pyramids of Mars. Tomb of the Cybermen. Remembrance of the Daleks. Genesis of the Daleks. The Curse of Fenric. Finally, Inferno. Thank you so much for watching this video. That took so long for me to read them all out. Thank you very much for watching if you got to the very end. I hope you have an amazing rest of your day. And thank God, only 1 week left until more Doctor Who. I'll see you all soon. Toodles!